Helps if a microphone is on. Anyway, sorry for that whole whatever you just saw. It looked to me like my OBS software was just. I went to change my feed and it was gone. So I restarted the stream twice. So yeah, here we are. Say something if you're watching. I'll make sure I'm not. Hi, me.
Meredith Kirschman. Hi.
Hi. Okay. At least it's working. Okay. I don't know what the hell happened. Looks like my OBS was just closed and my stream was offline. Open it, restart the countdown so I can adjust some links and whatever. Here we are. Lots to build tonight. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So, lots to build tonight. I have not one, not two, not four. Well, I do have four boxes of Minipla goodness. Then I have 6 more boxes of Minipla goodness to get through. Could have split it 2 nights, but whatever. First on the docket, just to get this out of the way, the extra cube animals. Cube Kuma, bear, and Cube Komori, the bat. I know that those don't tell you anything there. There's the top shot. You'll see him in the thing in the bottom left once I get down to actually once I change views. So whatever. Don't focus on the small things. And then also the main event of that set is Cube Condor, which looks like this. Or looks like that. You can't see that. You'll see it in the thing. Cube Condor is a retool of Cube Gorilla for the movie. Turns into a burb, big burb, and can combine with tiger and elephant to form Condor Wild, which I think lasted for all of about 1 minute in the movie. That set also included the other piece, these 2 cubes, and then
Fernando Prime. Hello.
Hello there. Hello there. After I finish that, it's time for the big boy Cube Whale Dodekaio.
Meredith Kirschman. QUB.
Cube Dodekaio, the transformed form of Cube Whale, which is fucking huge as shit. It's the final robot, it's gotta be big. And then it can combine with all the other cubes to form Wild Tosai Dodeka King. That's the name. It's a mouthful. So yeah, lots to do tonight. Let's get into it.
Fernando Prime. I have a seen that Sentai yet, but always good to check on SMP.
Hell yeah. Alright. Let me get some entertainment going. Actually, no, just not. I'm going to do Cube Kuma and Komori, the bear and the bat, first, because I know one of my viewers rather likes bears. So let's just do that. I already got a picture of the front.
Meredith Kirschman. Burr.
Burr. You like your burr? We got uno, dos, y tres. 3 whole frames. Really breaking the bank here. Not many stickers actually. That's pretty impressive.
Stream elements. King_Kiga is now live. Streaming games and demos. Minipla Monday. Zuohger Cube Wild and Cube Whale.
Does it Cube Wild? Damn it! Cube Condor. Whatever. Cube Wild. Whatever. Whatever. I'm not changing it now. Too late. Okay, my mistake on that title there. Whatever. Cube Wild. Where's my knife? There's my knife. You know I was supposed to open it from the top, wasn't I? Duh. And you know, I still haven't finish that Cure Kirin here. Need to finish this. I never put the stickers on Cube Kirin. And it's like, oh, maybe I'll get a brown marker or something. I haven't got a brown marker. I should just put the stickers on. I'm going to have to put the stickers on Bear, probably. At the very least, I should put the exclamation point on the end there. Where's it go? That face. Whatever. Worry about that another time. Okay. This can be a real complicated build, I can tell. 6 and 7. Oh, by the way, the bear becomes an axe, so that's neat. That's the bear's claim to fame. Because the smaller exclamation point cubes are weapons, and they become, in this case, it becomes an axe or a hatchet. Some black bits on the side for texture.
Fernando Prime. Just curious, do you know what that white thing in a bag that comes with all mini PLA is?
That's candy. It is Ramune
Fernando
candy.
Prime. Really?
Yeah, it's Ramune candy. They're candy toys. That's the candy.
Fernando Prime. I have like 20 of those.
Chomp chomp. Yeah, they ain't much to speak of, but they are nice. Depending on the age, you might not want to eat them. The candy is actually a big reason why Minipla are so hard to get. But let's see, 6. It is because, like, the inclusion of the candy means it's classified as a food product, and then there's regulations on shipping of food products. Like, it's a single piece of tart candy that probably won't go bad for 100 years, but, you know, laws are laws. And that's why Minipla go out of stop being sold. When you buy them used, often the candy's been removed. It's a whole thing. Okay, we got the face of a bear. Wants me to put the stickers on here. And that comes up over the top like that. Okay. I'm going to finish building this guy before I put the stickers on. Or before I decide to paint it. And I was supposed to...
Fernando Prime. Guess my nieces will have a great evening tomorrow helping with all the candies I have stored.
Damn, I was supposed to put a piece on the inside here. They should have illustrated that better. That's my bad. Huh, good thing I didn't put the stickers on, because I just missed a piece. But yeah, sorry, someone came down here, so that's why I was being less talkative. But anyway, the whole thing about Minipla is they're classified, they are candy toys. They're sold as candy toys, food toys. In theory, the toy comes with the candy. You know, in practice, it's one little bitty piece of tart candy with these, you know, kits. It's a whole thing. Like, it's like a reverse Cracker Jack. I guess would be a good analogy. But due to the inclusion of food, they have a limited shelf life, and stores, you know, if they have any left over that aren't sold, they have to toss them out or return them or whatever. And that's why Minipla stop being. They go out of stock fast. Because they're manufactured in small quantities and they have limited shelf life, they have expiration dates. It's a pain in the ass. And like, I really wish they graduate. As much as I admire the novelty, um, the the difficulty compromises it makes for distribution are, obvious. So wish they could at least. I cannot get this thing back open. Jesus. I have to get a flathead. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a screwdriver.
Fernando Prime. I have a special tool I bought from a Gundam store that is really good to separate those.
I'll probably look into that. This one's very tight. Sometimes they come apart easier than others. Always be careful building these. You may not be able to get it apart. Okay, it's coming apart finally. Maybe. Okay, that was a hassle. What piece did I miss? It was this thing right here. B5, C5 rather. Goes here. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's put it back together. No take backsies. Okay. Now then, where was I? Let's put the back half be 4 and 3. Or actually, this is the handle of the axe. Okay, 1 and 2. Okay, and then pieces 3 to 3 and 4. Little tiny black bits go here. Appreciate that these are color separated. It's a nice touch. They could have easily just been little black stickers that you had to put on there, but they made little black parts. That's nice. From what I've seen looking back at older Minipla, Zuohger definitely was a turning point in the designs. That's good. Okay. We have a burr. There's cube mode. And turn it into an axe. You do that. And now it's an axe. Axe with a bear head underneath the head, underneath the blade. Chop chop. And it comes with a part for Wild Tosai. No, for Wild Juo King. Stabilizer to hold it in. Okay.
Meredith Kirschman. I feel like crap. Think I'm gonna go to bed. Bear
Okay.
Axe is adorable.
That's why I built it first. I wanted to make sure you were here for it because I wasn't sure you would make it the whole stream. So I wanted to make it first for you. Feel better? All that jazz. Got some mean eyes. And an exclamation point and a mouth. What'd that mouth do?
Meredith Kirschman. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Excuse me. Sorry. All right, and this piece goes is meant for the wild toe sight. It's meant for a different combination, basically. Tab goes up. No stickers here, just okay. Now what can I do with this face? You know I'm all about that face, Brrr. Look at my stock photos here. See what it's supposed to look like. Kuma. Did I get a picture of the... Okay, so it's a silver muzzle and green eyes and a white mouth. Okay. Should really mask that off better. Okay. White mouth, silver muzzle, and green eyes. It's my metallic green. There's my silver. There's my silver. Silver marker has been very, very valuable to me. Oh, and a black nose. How could I forget the black nose? A bit of bleed there. How far does it come? Entire side of the face, okay. Bit sloppy. And the eyes. Very sloppy. supposed to go on the hinge side. Okay, I think I see how this is supposed to go. Where's my tweezers? Where's my tweezers? Those are not the tweezers I was looking for. Oh shit, my knives came out. Oh, my razor blades are out of their thing. Where are my good tweezers? There they are. So I don't like to use the stickers too much on these when I could do paint, but sometimes you gotta. The lack of surface detailing means compromises must be made. There's a groove for the sticker to fit in, but not a groove for the actual shape of the exclamation point. And while I know how it would be possible to make it with masking and with tape masking, it's just a lot of work. So, exclamation point. Make sure I'm still online. I am. Okay. Cube Kuma. Eyes are a little off. Looks like the whole thing's a little bit. Whatever. That is Cube Kuma. Let me give it to a Zord here. Here is Duo King with Cube Kuma, the Kuma axe. It is primarily meant to be held, it looks like, by Duo King. Let's see if I can say slot in the gorilla arm for it. For this, okay. Let me just see what we got here. Toss that side. Not gonna go full wild duo. I might as well go wild. Full go. Blech! I cannot talk today. Let's make the full wild duo king. I like the sound of that. I don't remember what arm goes where. Okay, that arm does that. And then the gorilla does this number. Untabbed, there we go. So that's that. Folds down like this. I know I'm not showing this well. I apologize, I'll get back to it. I'll show you a better angle in a minute. Just want to build this real quick. Put the head in there. Gotta make the crest. Okay. So they believe this is the stabilizer for the gorilla arm of Wild Duo King. To hold the axe. I don't know what purpose it serves. I guess just to keep the arm straight instead of bending. That's interesting. But there it is. Well, Duo King with the Kuma axe. All right. Let me get a quick picture of this. And then I will move on. All right, one down, lots to go. Also, this is for Wild Tosai Juo King. It's the, you'll see, because in what's supposed to happen, of course, is in the original toy. There's a big spear that impales the robots like that. It goes all the way down, and I think it's what unlocks all the action feature. And then for Wild Tosai Juo King, they made it a sword. But you can't do that on this, so they just gave us an extra one to do that with. I'm not articulating that well, but I'm trying to rush through things here. Let's build Cube Komori. Cube Bat. The Bat. And let me pull some entertainment. What's on YouTube? Sure, let's do the history of Kumba.
"2023 marks the 30th year of Kuma at Busch Gardens Tampa, one of the most iconic roller coasters to ever exist. Its future is unknown. Its name might be a lie, but the history of this roller coaster is legendary. Kuma!
Okay. Last but not least, Cube Komori.
Busch Gardens Tampa Bay opened in 1959 as a hospitality house designed to bring in guests to taste beer. It wouldn't be until 1976, in response to the increased competition of Disney, that the parks would get its first major roller coaster, Python. Investments would continue over the next years, expanding the park with more and more rides. These were mostly fairground-style attractions, and within the next decade and a half, only one further roller coaster was added. In 1980, Scorpion opened. Both coasters at the park would be off-the-shelf versions purchased from manufacturers and existed elsewhere around the world. Another 13 years would pass until the park would add its next new coaster, but this one would be a beast. In the early 90s, the roller coaster wars were heating up, and Busch Gardens wanted something big. After opening Questor to compete with simulation rides in Orlando, it was finally time to get that new roller coaster. During the 1980s, Walter Bolliger and Claude Mabillard worked for Swiss-based Giovanola, a steel manufacturing company. Known for building power stations, pipelines, ski lifts, and many other steel products, their new venture took them into the world of roller coasters, serving as a subcontractor to Intamin, creating the steel required for their rides. In 1985, the team with those two Giovanola engineers on created a brand new type of roller coaster track which used a box beam spine. This unique and easily recognizable track features running rails which are connected to a box section square spine, instead of the commonly used circular spine. Introduced on the Intamin coaster Z-Force, Z, which was a prototype coaster that would be the start of a new breed of roller coasters. Some called it the biggest innovation in roller coaster development since the creation of the Loop. The design's impact would definitely go on to be something special, even if Z-Force was not. After management changes at Giovanola, the duo would leave and take their design to form a new company, Bolliger and Mabillard, commonly called B&M. They would launch their first roller coaster, the stand-up Iron Wolf, in 1990. It would be this young roller coaster design consultancy that Busch Gardens would contact. B&M had had a huge hit on their hands with Batman the Ride, and parks would be clamoring to get one of the hyper-smooth, box-spine coasters for themselves.
Where wild things go, Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay, and no place else.
Construction began on the ride's footers in September 1992. Nothing had been seen at the park like it before. In November 1992, the ride was actually announced. This new signature ride would be set to open in spring the following year and had been in the plans for 2 years. 9 months was spent designing and testing the attraction on computers, and 7 months was used to fabricate and install it. Parts arrived bit by bit, with the steel coming from Ohio and the trains from Europe. The new addition would be announced to feature a large drop, nearly 4,000 feet of track, 7 inversions, and 3 first-of-its-kind elements: a diving loop, a camelback 360-degree spiral, and the world's largest loop. The roller coaster would be the most expensive investment in the park since it opened in 1959. The once beer garden park would take a leap into the future with the biggest ride the park had ever seen, setting the standards for coasters around the country. Invited guests were able to observe a model of the attraction, along with a promo video, and anticipation of what was coming to Florida was huge.
And with one last turn, you can claim your rights, the rights of a Goomba warrior.
The name of the new attraction was chosen from about a list of 500 possible options. Located in the Congo section of the park, one of 12 potential sites looked at for the new roller coaster, the ride's story will be based on a mythical feline character who had never been seen, but whose roar could be heard at night. The new coaster will be called Kumba, apparently meaning roar in an African Congo language. Several specialists in African linguistics were contacted to confirm the translation of the name, and none of them had ever heard the word Kumba before. When Busch Gardens were pressed for which specific language the name came from, they said they didn't know offhand. Was it just made up, like the Gwazi name would be? Wow, even to this day, there is no evidence it is a real word, despite what has widely been accepted as the translation for the word due to the ride's name. The park repeatedly has stated the language it comes from remains unknown, i.e. doesn't exist. Many places report it as Swahili. Kumba is perhaps the greatest marketed name of a roller coaster that actually convinced everyone the meaning was true and that it meant roar, without anyone actually really checking. Busch Gardens themselves stated the language is Swahili recently, but yet Kumba meaning roar, might not actually be true. It didn't matter though, because the name became iconic.
Okay, the face of the
Welcome to Kumba, to your first experience of the mighty beast. Begin your journey up Kumba's main incline. Ascending slowly, your train makes its way through the center of a vertical loop before reaching Kumba's maximum height of 143 feet.
This new beast at the park would literally roar starting from April 21st, 1993. It will be the Southeast's biggest and fastest roller coaster, dwarfing the park's 2 existing roller coasters. Built over 3 acres of land, the landscaping around the ride will be built up to make it feel like Kumba was built into the terrain. Kumba will be the second of 3 B&M coasters to open in 1993, but arguably the most exciting of them all. As construction continued, the marketing campaign for the new attraction kicked into full gear with a promotional float in the Tampa Bay community parades and radio ads with booming voices. The first people to take a ride on it would happen on March 7th, when Mark Rose and Claude Mabillard rode. The first members of the public to ride would take their seats on April 20th, 1993, when 200 members of the American coaster enthusiasts and invited media would experience the attraction. Its public opening followed on April 21st, 1993.
Hold on to everything. Those are certainly words of wisdom for brave riders of the mighty Kumba, the largest and fastest steel roller coaster in the southeastern United States. This fantastic roller coaster is the crowning glory to an impressive list of exciting thrill rides at Busch Gardens, Tampa.
Riders would sit in 4 across trains in B&M's first sit-down non-inverted coaster and head up the 143-foot lift hill and down the 135-foot drop, reaching speeds of 63 miles per hour, heading directly into the world's largest vertical loop. This 108-foot tall loop wrapped around the lift hill that you had just ascended, before rising up into a diving loop, which was promoted as being developed from stunt plane maneuvers and into a zero-G roll. This is followed by the Cobra roll, a pair of interlocking corkscrews, and finally a tunnel into a helix to end the ride. With 7 inversions, most of which are huge, 3,978 feet of track, and a 2-minute 38 runtime, Kumba lives up to the beast reputation that it was designed to be. Riders would experience 3.8 Gs of force on the ride, making for an intense yet smooth experience. The iBox iconic track of the ride was purposely left hollow to create the roar sound, which has been iconic for the ride. A roller coaster that roars instantly makes it a better ride. I will miss you, Nemesis Roar.
Kumba is an African word for roar, and Busch Gardens chief ride designer Mark Rose says the ride lives up to its name.
Kumba is maybe the world's best roller coaster. It's a steel roller coaster that goes upside down 7 times. What we try to do is put most of the vertical G's, which is how much you feel that you weigh, through the center of your body. So if a kid weighed 100 pounds, as he's riding Kumba, he might pull 3.85 G's, which means that he weighs or feels like he weighs 385 pounds. But we try to center that all through the center of your body, so you just feel heavier in your seat. Then there's the negative G's, or the airtime that you talk about, and that's when we could put you over a hump, and as you go through there you feel almost weightless, so the G might be 0. So that 100-pound kid feels like he weighs nothing.
On opening day, while the ride was complete and ready, the surrounding areas, landscaping, and stations were yet to be finished up. One story states that the park had to spray paint areas of the floor green to film the ride's commercial, as none of the landscaping was complete at opening and during filming. Fences were not secured in, and roofs in the station were not finished. It didn't matter, people came to experience Kumba, and the roller coaster opened as planned. 21 radio stations were scheduled to broadcast live from the park on opening day, with live feeds sharing videos to news stations around the country. Opening festivities were attended by comedian and actor Michael Richards, best known as Kramer from Seinfeld.
Canadian market, I've got to really speak out here. The roar of this great beast of a ride behind us could overtake me. You're a roller coaster enthusiast of sorts.
Yeah.
So-
Well, as a kid, I was brought up riding roller coasters in Southern California, at Disneyland, at the New Pike in Long Beach. But we don't have a big roller coaster like this out there now. They took the New Pike down about 15 years ago. There was a roller coaster at Pacific Ocean Park on the Santa Monica Pier, and they took that one down.
Is that the
So
one that
I wish they'd come out and build one of these. Oh, this is it.
Right away, people began calling Kuma one of the best roller coasters in the world. It is long, intense, and exciting, yet smooth. B&M had created something special. The cost of Kuma was not disclosed at the time, though experts guessed it would cost at least $9 million, and Busch Gardens were hopeful that it would remake those costs at the park quickly.
Okay.
Not only was Kuma one of the best roller coasters in the world to ride, it was also
Guys,
an
not the whole
incredible
service
roller
there, but
coaster to
whatever.
watch, as it still
Okay.
wrapped around some of the pathways in the
Komori.
park to create some incredible and now iconic views. Kuma changed
turns
Busch
into a
Gardens
boomerang.
Tampa forever, and attendance after it opened at Busch Gardens increased in both 1993 and 1994 to its highest ever attendance, to that point of 3.7 million visitors to the park. Kuma's huge marketing push had worked, and Busch had become more popular than
They're gonna do a
ever,
boomerang,
keeping
that's-
Kuma the center of the park's marketing
Yeah.
for 2 years. The park were
Not much to
impressed
it,
with
but hey.
B&M and the smooth, precise attraction they delivered. They were even happier that the ride's wheels could last 1 to 3 years before needing to be replaced, unlike the 3 months that Python and Scorpion needed new wheels for. And the success of Kuma with B&M would help decide on the park's next roller coaster 3 years later. Kuma and its area within the Congo of Busch Gardens Tampa has remained very much the same over the years since it opened. The ride has been repainted multiple times, yet Kuma has kept its iconic status and is a legendary roller coaster that to this day is one of the best in the world. The park didn't slow down after the success of Kuma, with rumours of a new Disney animal park coming. Beginning in 1994, Busch Gardens would continue with the success that Kuma had brought to the park by planning to add another huge roller coaster. Montu would then take the records of tallest and longest coaster in Florida. In 1999, the Incredible Hulk took over as the fastest roller coaster in Florida, and as for its iconic vertical loop, it remained the largest in the world for 2 years until in 1995, when Dragon Khan at Portaventura featured a 118-foot tall loop. Kuma by that time though was already legendary, an overall incredible package from start to finish. For 3 decades, Kuma's iconic roar has been heard at Busch Gardens Tampa. April 2023 marks 30 years of Kuma. The park celebrated it by giving those who rode $5 ride photos and an exclusive button. Kuma's roar is very much still real. Its ride is still forceful and fun, and still competes with the park's newer and more modern additions, being one of the most iconic, important, and just downright legendary roller coasters anywhere in the world. Featuring many elements for the first time that would later become common, Kuma changed not just Busch Gardens, but the Florida roller coaster scene. Its only competition before it were Python, Scorpion, Space Mountain, Thunder Mountain, and the Starliner. It was huge, it was ferocious, and it was, and still is, an incredible roller coaster, a true beast. As B&M's first sit-down still roller coaster that wasn't inverted, taller, faster, larger rides have come to the park since, but nothing will be as iconic as the Busch Gardens roller coaster that paved the way for everyone that followed. Kuma deserves all the praise, love, and respect that it gets all these years after opening. As Kuma gets older, thoughts go to the ride's future. For the last few years, there have been rumours that the ride could be removed, which the park has denied. And today, it still stands roaring through the park, and hopefully does for many more years. As other older B&Ms get removed, retract, or replaced, what will happen when that time comes to Busch Gardens Tampa is unknown. That time though is not here yet. And for now, make sure you ride the beast that started it all at Busch Gardens. The ride that showed the park the success a roller coaster could bring and opened that door for a park full of record-breaking roller coasters we have today. The next time you visit Busch Gardens Tampa, take a ride on this legendary roller coaster, and as you crest that lift on the 30-year-old beast, put your hands up, your head back, yell Kumba, a word which may, although more likely may not, mean roar in an unknown African language.
Also, you can give any one of these to Tosai Juo. What? Tosai Juo. God, what's the fucking name? Give it to that.
Thank you so much for watching this episode of Expedition Busch Gardens Tampa. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram for upcoming episodes, and a special thank you to our patrons for supporting the channel. When the time comes, would you rather see Kumba retracked or replaced with something new? Let me know in the comments below, and we will see you next time.
He double wheeled him. Get a picture of this. So, one of the big selling points of these two cube animals is the ability to complete Wild Tosai Juo King. So let's go ahead and do that. Considering you can get 99% of it without them, it's not going to be super special, but let's just go ahead and knock this out. Excuse me. First things first, let's get everybody back into cube mode.
Fernando Prime. Bless you.
Thank you. Arms in. That head in. Should have to pull that head out. Don't be falling off on me now, you stupid arms. Okay. Untab that, tab it back in here. Oh. leave that framework as is. The 9's on its butt, and on the side there. So the 9's on its butt. I'm not even going to bother transferring him back because he's basically as is, makes the framework for the thing. So let's get all our cubes in a row here. 1. Make sure I can see what I'm looking at here. Can I make it smaller? Fine. Okay, anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 is here. Like I said, I'm not going to bother transforming Cube Rhino back into Rhino mode because why bother? Exclamation point is not stickered in, but it's there. Exclamation point for Cube Mogura, Cube Kuma, and Cube, where is it? I just had it, Cube Komori. Plus this thing. Let's bring them all together. Hand off. Crocodile goes basically back where it was. And Wolf will make the other fist. That should let us. So there goes 1, or Ichi, Ni, San.
Space Police Policeman. Massive.
Yon.
Space Police Policeman.
Go.
Didn't think he would be that huge.
Not even started the whale yet. This is go. Line up. There we go. Sure I'm doing that right. Oh no, I got. Ah, damn it. Did I get these backwards? I think I did. No? Only the. That's so weird. Like I thought it went kind of clockwise, but it's. 2 makes the right shoulder, 5 makes the left shoulder. Make it make sense. It doesn't make that much difference, but like just as far as if you want to be perfectly accurate. At least I don't think they do anything. 5 and then 6 goes in back. Seven makes the left hand exactly where it already was. 8 makes the right hand now. And dropping pieces all over the place. On the left hip, or the left leg, goes Komori and Mogura. The right leg gets Kirin and Kuma. Then you do this thing. Okay, that comes out like that. Okay, okay. There we go. Okay, it has to be the head facing outside, so that's why they put the cover there. Okay. And that comes on the inside of this arm. Right there. And then this fist, the wolf fist gets the cannon here. Which attaches to the side like that. Okay. Okay. And then the head just sticks in the gorilla like that, kind of sloppy like. And there you have Wild Tosai Zuo King. Fully whatever. Or Wild Tosai King. Is it Wild Tosai Zuo King? Wild Tosai King. Wild Tosai King. I always have the Zuo for some reason. That's my fault. Wild Tosai King. In all his glory. The head can't do shit. Arms can do that and that. They can point. The shoulders can come out. So yeah, it ain't much. Visually kind of impressive. Functionally not impressive at all. I mean, it's got all that lower leg articulation, but there's a lot of bulk in the way, so yeah. Some robots are meant to stand there and look cool. This is one of them.
Space police policeman. I really am glad Miniplas are a thing.
I'm with you there.
Space police policeman. Save shelf space.
Save shelf space, add elbows. It's very much a win-win. I should have gotten into this years ago. But hey.
Fernando Prime. Are you excited for the Chi Beast from O Rangers?
I'm hella excited for that. I was a kid. I was a child of the '90s. I grew up on Power Rangers. Thunder Megazord is my jam. I never had any of the Megazords growing up until like Space. No, not Space. Lost Galaxy was the first time I got a Megazord. I don't even have either of those anymore. I had the Defender Torozord and I had the Stratoforce, both of which I no longer am in possession of. Had a Time Force, which I lost. I have got a new one off camera over there. Time Shadow is still my original. Then it's that Ninja Storm Megazord that I picked up, and then 2010 Dino Megazord of Legacy stuff. I've got Grand Liner in a box. Just because I've got the Minipla now. Picked up, I've got a used secondhand Mega Voyager with a broken leg and a Super Zeo Megazord without swords.
Fernando Prime. Grand Lens is my personal fav. Fernando Prime. Still hyping to get one.
It's great. I have you can't see that. I have the big one, the Japanese deluxe grand liner. It's been out of the box, but it is back in the box currently because I have the Minipla.
Fernando Prime. See. That is a box.
It is indeed a box. Let me show you what's inside the box. You know what? I forgot to change camera angles there. I'm sorry. I meant to... Let's do that again. There's the box. Now let's look inside the box. Real quick. Deluxe Grand Liner set.
Fernando Prime. QQ Sentai Go Go 5.
Goddamn right. Back in the box. They look great. But they can't compare to the Minipla. Here's a Minipla. I don't know. A little too big to do much with. I should do more with it. You probably barely hear me over there. Something's catching. What's catching? Alright. Back in the box. Back on the shelf to not be looked at again for another year. Until I eventually figure out what the heck I'm going to do with it. Alright, anyway. So anyway, I was a child of the 90s. Loved the Dino Megazord, the Thunder Megazord. I don't really think I saw much of the Ninja Megazord until like after the fact. I remember watching the movie. I didn't see the movie in theaters. I didn't watch any Power Rangers live till like Turbo, I think, was when I started actually watching it on TV. Prior to that, it was like videotapes from Blockbuster or reruns. They had Power Rangers Power Playback, but I was telling my friend something. Like I said, I watched, I was a big fan of MMPR. So yeah, had a lot of toys, just not many Megazords. But I'm glad to have Minipla, so I can finally have these in a affordable and articulated scale/quality. Now let's get this guy disassembled back into his component parts, because this is not your best form. Wild Tosai King is not a, in my opinion, not a very great mode. Now then, take you apart. Fall on the ground. I kind of feel like, honestly, sticking the cubes on the legs is extremely superfluous. They add a little bit of bulk, but it's not tremendous. It's not a great addition, in my opinion. Could have done without it. That's just my opinion. Okay. Have you even gotten into tonight's main event yet? I apologize. I'm talking, getting too distracted here. Let me split this apart, and then I will show you. We'll start building Duo Condor. No, Cube Condor. And then we can build. That is right. I'll double check it. Build Cube Condor, then I can build Cube Whale. That's going to take a while, I think, just because of everything involved in that. There's that piece. Oh, something's off here. Oh, yes. It's because no, I don't know anymore. There we go. That's what it was. I was trying to figure out how that attached. Okay. Not a fan of cube rhinos, honestly. Just doesn't do anything, doesn't look like anything. I mean, I know it's a truck, but like, breaks the gimmick. Okay. There. Alright, the cubes in a row. Pull this out. Get everything off to the side, except for you two. You'll be important. By the way, little known fact, Cube Wolf and Cube Crocodile can make legs for Duo King or Wild. Showed this off last time, but here it is again. They do split apart. It's a pain to get them apart, pain to put them back together, but let me do that. They're not great just because there's, they're too busy being arms for the other robots, so they don't have a whole lot of articulation in there, but it is possible to make them into legs. So not a whole lot going on there. There's no can't bend them outwards, can't bend the there's no outward bend. They can bend forward. There's no knee, so it's not much to work with, but it is possible. I commend them for trying. Here it is, so you can actually see it. That helps. I should not do that, just because I'm going to probably going back and forth here a bit. As I've commented before, the knees for the Wild formation are on Cube Tiger, but the knees for the Duo King formation are on Cube Lion. So if you mix and match, you combine Tiger with Lion, you get double knees. If you combine Elephant with Shark, you get no knees at all. So that's just a fun tidbit. All right, on with the show. You're gonna stay with me. You're gonna disappear until I need you again. You guys can go outside there. All right. One of our main events, Cube Condor. It is a, as I mentioned before, a retool of Cube Gorilla. Let's get into it. Alright, I've got pictures there, but you can see which box comes with what. Box 1 comes with the torso, box 2 comes with the arms and the beak and the head. Let me find some entertainment for myself here. Overused coaster named Shore.
What's in a name? For parts, the name of a coaster means a lot. It can be used to advance a theme. It can be used to market the ride. There are so many cool names out there, and there's absolutely no rule against reusing a name. Thanks to Zachary Fons for pitching this video idea. It made me very curious about which names are the most popular. There are over 11,000 coasters in the roller coaster database. I gathered all of them, stuck them all in Excel, and it spit out everything I needed to know. These are the world's most used coaster names. I'm going to start with the whole world, and at the end, I'll cover just America to see how different it is. Number 20, Tornado, 47 coasters. The first Tornado opened in 1926 at Coney Island, but it really took off in popularity over the last 50 years, mainly used on steel coasters. That being said, you of course have Tornado at Adventureland, the wooden coaster from 1978, and the best Tornado is probably the one at Bakken, that crazy Intamin spinning coaster. Tied for number 18, Fruitworm Coaster, 52 coasters. As you can imagine, these are kids' coasters, but they're not all the same. They're not all wacky worms. Some have a helix, some don't, but the only thing they all have in common is they're all in China. Tied for number 18, Jungle Flying Squirrel, 52 coasters. Here you go, another set of Chinese coasters. These look to be bigger than the last ones. They look more like family coasters. You know, the ones you wouldn't be completely embarrassed to ride. Number 17, Wacky Worm, 54 coasters. This is a very specific model, and honestly, this number is a lot higher than 54. I know, there's a ton of coasters at state fairs called Wacky Worm, but since they're portable, they're not in the database. These are very mild kids coasters. Going up the lift, little bumps, a drop, a couple turns, and that's it. It's one of the most common models out there, and a ton of them use the name Wacky Worm. Number 16, Mad Mouse, 55 coasters. One of the most common coasters ever is the Wild Mouse, and the Mad Mouse name started being used in 1959, back when those Alan Herschel Wild Mouse coasters started opening. This would be used on other manufacturers also, like the Aeromites at Valley Fair and Michigan's Adventure. Number 15, Cyclone, 56 coasters. You saw my parody video on this one, and this was a very popular name for wooden coasters starting in 1924. The Coney Island Cyclone made this even more popular, a lot of copycats using that name. It's still being used today, like for the Cyclone at P6 Farms in 2020, or the Cyclone that Indiana Beach just opened up last year. Number 14, Caterpillar, 58 coasters. I can't find anything with this name before 2001, but all of these seem to be wacky worms. Almost all of these are in Europe, the majority of them being in Russia. So yeah, it just seems like another name for wacky worm. Number 13, Wildcat, 60 coasters. Here's one everyone can relate to. The first one opened in 1921, a very popular name for wooden coasters into the 1930s, and then it re-emerged in the 60s and 70s with the Schwarzkopf Wildcat model. You don't find too many coasters opening up as Wildcat anymore, mainly just relocated coasters. One of the last new ones being Wildcat at Hershey Park. Number 12, Family Coaster, 62 coasters. These date back to 1995, almost all of these being in Europe and Asia, only one being in America, that being an SBF Spinner and Andretti Thrill Park in Florida. There's no uniformity here. You have all kinds of coasters on this list, but as the name would suggest, they're all small scale. Tied for number 10, Butterfly, 65 coasters. I've never seen a coaster called Butterfly, and that's because none of these are in America. These are all assigned to this Sun Kid Butterfly model. These V-shaped shuttle coasters, popular in Europe and Asia. It doesn't get much more simple than this, but these seem like fun rides for what they are. Tied for number 10, Dragon Coaster, 65 coasters. The first one opened at Wright Playland in 1929, but we didn't see another one until 1987. That's where it really took off. These are all over the place. 15 in America. I rode the one in Vegas, and it's easy to put a dragon-shaped train on a small coaster, and bam, Dragon Coaster. Again, like Family Coaster, there's no uniformity here. You'll just find some dragon theming on the train on the station. Number 9. Scenic Railway, 77 coasters. The first one on this list goes back to 1886. The last one opened in 1951. This was the go-to name for the very early wooden coasters, most of them opening in America. Kennywood had one, Lagoon had one, Waldemere had one, but the only two that are still open aren't in America. One is in Melbourne, Australia, the other is at Dreamland in the UK. This one opened in 1920, caught fire in 2008, was refurbished and reopened in 2015. Number 8. Crazy Mouse, 85 coasters. Just like Wacky Worm, there's probably a ton more of these out there. All of those portable mouse coasters at state fairs that aren't in the database. The first one goes back to 1981, a Togo looping mouse at Tobu Zoo in Japan. It doesn't matter the manufacturer, this is a popular name worldwide, and one of my most recent credits was a Crazy Mouse. This Zamperla spinning mouse coaster at Tropic Falls. Number 7. Little Dipper, 90 coasters. This implies there's a Big Dipper, or a Giant Dipper, or a regular Dipper, but those aren't in my top 20. There are only 38 Big Dippers, 8 Giant Dippers, 6 Deep Dippers, and only 4 Dippers. This dates back to Cincinnati's Coney Island in 1912. Became very popular in the 1940s and 50s, mostly small wooden coasters, or Alan Herschel kiddie coasters. The most famous one has to be Six Flags Great America, moving to this park in 2010, but opening at Kittyland in 1950, this being a 28-foot PTC wooden coaster. Number 6. Gliding Dragon, 92 coasters. We've seen this before. Here's another common Chinese coaster name. These are all small kids coasters, using a dragon theme. The first one popping up in 1998. These aren't the same coaster. There's some good variety here, so it's just weird they all use this specific name. Number 5. Figure 8, 105 coasters. These have different styles. Figure 8 with a number, figure 8 with the word, and these are very old wooden coasters, the figure 8 being in reference to its layout. The first one opened in 1889, the most recent one opening in 1938. If you want to ride one, too bad. None of these are still in operation, the last one closing in 1981. Number 4. Dragon, 136 coasters. We didn't see our first Dragon coaster until the early 80s, and it's taken off from there. We just got a new Dragon at Legoland Korea in 2022, and Legoland New York in 2021. These are mostly small, but not exclusively. We have some looping mice in Russia, but there's also Dragon at Adventureland, this Hopkins looper that just closed down in 2019. Number 3. Spinning Coaster, 140 coasters. We didn't have any spinning coasters for about 50 years. It regained popularity in the early 90s, and ever since 1997, a lot of them have been called Spinning Coaster. This was mostly used on spinning mouse coasters in China, but starting in 2014, these became very popular on SBF spinners. Over the last 8 years, 38 of these have opened with that very simple name. Number 2. Wild Mouse, 162 coasters. Kind of the same story as Mad Mouse. This is just another variation. This gained popularity in the 1950s with the BA Shift Wild Mice. Some wood, some steel, and there were just so many of these in the 50s and 60s. It faded away in the 80s, but when Bach, and Maurer, and Zamperla, and E&F Myler started making Wild Mouse coasters in the 90s, it came back big time. And even this year, we have a new one coming to Cedar Point. Number 1. Roller Coaster, 368 coasters. No surprise here, this was the default name for parks with just one coaster. Instead of giving it a name, it was just the roller coaster. You see this at Lagoon with 10 other coasters, but when it opened in 1921, yeah, it was the only one. 16 coasters called roller coasters still operate today in the US. It's still being used today for small parks with one coaster, so this name will never die. Now, let's see how this breaks down in the US. There's a tie for 10th place with 28 coasters. One we saw earlier, that's Cyclone. The other is Toboggan. This is mainly driven by all those chance rides toboggans opening back in the 70s, but it was also a popular name for wooden coasters in the early 1900s. There's also a 3-way tie for number 7 with 29 coasters. We talked about Mad Mouse, but you also have Kitty Coaster. That one's self-explanatory. Then, you have Jackrabbit. This goes back to 1901. Really a go-to name for wooden coasters in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The last one to use the name was Celebration City in Branson. This was an E&F Myler High Miler, and after the park closed, it moved around a couple times. But you can ride it today at Fun Spot Kissimmee, now under the name Hurricane. The most famous Jackrabbits are still in operation. one at Seabreeze in New York, the other at Kennywood. 6th place goes to Wildcat with 48. Then you have Scenic Railway at 55, and a tie for 3rd place with 83 coasters. Figure 8 and Little Dipper. Taking the 2nd spot is Roller Coaster. This only has 93 in America, and this absolutely destroyed the rest of the field worldwide. It was well more than double what Wild Mouse had, but in America, Wild Mouse reigns supreme. With 108 coasters, no other coaster name is more popular in the States. I know, we all love a good Wild Mouse, and they seem to be everywhere, and here's proof. So there you go. Let me know what you think about this list. Were you expecting anything that didn't show up here? You may have expected Boomerang, that only has 37. Maybe Comet, that has 28. Or maybe Galaxy, that has 26. Or maybe just Coaster, that's down at 24. I figured Roller Coaster would win, but I am surprised that Wild Mouse beat it out in America. If you enjoyed this video, please drop a like. And if you're new here and love coasters, please consider giving me a sub. Also, check out my links below for my Discord server, and my 2nd channel where I post copyright-free off-road footage, and my baseball channel if you're psyched for the new season like I am. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
That was one of those better videos. This just needed content. I like Air Time Thrills, but that was definitely not one of his better videos. Sorry, bud. I say it like he knows me. He does not know me. Okay. A2, A1, and B6. This is where, okay, silver for the mouth. And the matte eyes are metallic red. And a little green dot on the forehead. Seems uneven. Okay, that's it there. That ain't coming out, not easily. And then what's the forehead? The forehead is green. Okay. That's sufficient for me. And then I do all the stuff on the back of the head. I should have done first. So many tiny parts. I have the budget of this set. Okay, that's that done. And then make the beak. Let's get some more entertainment going here.
There are some questions in the universe that seem unable to be answered. How did the dinosaurs really go extinct? Does getting sucked into a black hole really turn you into spaghetti? Will Hollywood ever stop making more Shrek and Toy Story movies?
No.
Thanks to the vast knowledge and power of the internet, though, some questions that previously seemed to forever be a mystery can now easily be answered. And not just the boring history and science-related questions like how the dinosaurs died, but the age-old, soul-searching questions that appeal to everyone. Like, are you an introvert or an extrovert? Or, which Arby's combo meal are you? Online quizzes have been around since the early days of the internet and have served a vital purpose in pop culture as being the question answerers, the problem solvers, and the entertainers of the internet for those in need. From questionnaires that offer advice on love and friendship to quizzes that will help solve your identity crises, internet quizzes are often very proudly advertised as shortcuts to the typical self-help book or therapy session. But as with any shortcut, or anything you see on the internet really, it's best to enter these hyperlinks with a grain of salt. And no, by saying that I don't mean to take a different internet quiz about your salt use. While these quizzes and their intended uses may seem ridiculous and arbitrary, they actually originate from a time when these kinds of questionnaires were seen as more helpful and accurate than not. To fully understand internet quizzes, we have to first take a look at what they evolved from. Magazine quizzes, or more specifically, women's magazine quizzes. The first quiz to appear in a women's magazine was in 1953, printed in the magazine The Girlfriend. It was largely based around love and relationships, and so this early quiz was titled, "What are you best fitted for, love or a career?" And as you can guess from the title, the quiz asked its readers questions that pertain to both love and life, trying to gauge if its audience was more diligent 50s housewife material, or if they'd be better suited to swear off men altogether and focus on the grind set. While this kind of quiz, especially one that's extra limited with only basic yes or no answers, seems pretty silly in retrospect, this format isn't exactly that far off from the other magazine quizzes that would follow it. It appealed to that feminine market by mentioning boys and romance, and also offered to help solve a career versus marriage identity crisis that was likely pretty common among its young readers. Advice columns in newspapers had been around since the late 1800s, which also attempted to help solve common problems women would typically face surrounding life and love. But the first quiz in The Girlfriend approached the same aspect of giving advice, but in a new DIY sort of way. While it's unfortunate that other quizzes that began cropping up during the 50s, inspired by The Girlfriend's initial quiz, were also mostly about how to be a good wife or questioning if you knew enough about men or love, these still jump-started the culture of quizzes that would continue to take off down the road. Over the years, instead of having readers question what kind of wife they were, magazines in the 70s and 80s went on to ask more cultural and social-based questions, like how trendy are you or what's your sewing style, which still leaned into the DIY self-help aspect but strayed more from boys and romance and touched on more stereotypically feminine interests like fashion and hobbies. And by the 90s, magazines like Cosmopolitan were at the top of their game, including articles and advice on female-centric ideals, but also, of course, plenty of quizzes to complement the reading material. Despite some of the quiz themes seeming a little silly or unimportant, they were still popular among most magazines' main consumers. Asking a reader how passionate they are or if they're afraid of commitment presents a situation that only the quiz, or rather the magazine writers, can seem to solve. If a reader is asked a question they don't know the answer to, especially with a readily available avenue to get the question answered themselves, then they're going to take the quiz. If a reader is already confident in knowing how passionate they are and that they aren't afraid of commitment, they'll still very likely want to see why Cosmopolitan or any other magazine thinks that they know better, or at the very least just see what result they get anyway. Quizzes simply target a very human desire, the need for information and to be in the know. By including insecurities, social aspects, or popular culture in the mix, magazine quizzes created the perfect formula for engaging and retaining an audience. When I was a kid, I was definitely too young for Cosmo and would very intentionally avert my eyes whenever it was on the racks at the grocery store checkouts, because it made me feel like I was doing something bad just by looking at it. Instead, I read tween and teen-targeted magazines like J14 and Bop. I wasn't very interested in reading the boring articles, and mostly used these magazines to cut out every picture of a Jonas Brother I saw and tape them onto my wall, and, of course, also take the quizzes inside. These teenage magazines are where quizzes really started to get into more abstract ideas, or at the very least, less practical ones. I say that because while back in the 50s, teenagers might have had the real worry of if they should marry or stay in a career. But I feel like by the 2000s, there were less people that were actively worrying about how Zach-struck they were. Especially because if you were anything like me as a kid, you did not need a magazine to be able to figure it out. This turn of the century is where magazines and the internet started to overlap. Before the internet, magazines aimed towards a certain demographic were generally accepted to be the best, most appropriately suited media that a demographic could find. But once chat rooms, public forums, and general information became available to anyone with a dial-up connection, magazines and the quizzes within them slowly started to become less regarded as the one and only place to get the answer to which hair color suited someone best. Especially when websites began to crop up that gave anyone the power to create a magazine-like quiz of their own. Quizilla was one of the earliest online quizmaker sites, being introduced in 2002. And though it interestingly eventually turned into a sort of choose-your-own-adventure fanfiction haven, it still had its place in beginning the trend of online quiz websites. And with the rise of other sites like The Spark, All the Tests, and even Facebook, online quizzes eventually became a phenomenon of their own, becoming almost entirely separated from the magazine quizzes that they had evolved from. Instead of only solving problems or answering common questions, quizzes were now by anyone, for anyone, and about anything. With a more relaxed overall style and with more widely appealing topics, it was becoming clear that quizzes were no longer just for girls with marriage problems or tweens with Zac Efron obsessions, but were for anyone who was looking for entertainment or looking to do almost everyone's favorite
big
thing,
selling point
talk
of
about themselves.
this is in the movie.
Relationship and fashion.
I meant to put it up. Why am I not plugged in? I meant to plug this stuff in. I know if I plugged in my laptop here. Ooh, that's why I was disconnecting earlier. Okay, that's better. Anyway, so, as I was saying, a big selling point of Cube Condor, the only selling point. It appears in the movie for a little bit, combines with Tiger and Elephant to form Condor Wild 450. So we will do that. It's out. And it goes there. Ta-da. Unfortunately, cannot really do anything side to side. It turned a little tiny bit, but not much. But there's Condor Wild. It is Duo Wild with a new upper, with, you know, modified upper torso. What you gonna say? What you gonna do? Original to Minipla, because it could not. This does not speed down the middle. Didn't mean to sneeze right into the microphone. I apologize. I'm gonna turn the other way. I forget where the microphone is. Anyway, original to Minipla, since the Condor head does not spear down the middle of the combination, you can use it as a gun thing. So that's neat. Elephant leg would stay attached. Ta-da! And here's the trio. So Fire King, Wild, and Condor. Place these up so the camera can see them. Ta-da! All right. Or you can, of course, separate Condor from. Honestly, I think this looks really good as a combination. Purple's a great color. Purple's just a great color. It's my favorite color, incidentally. But anyway, let me. There was the Head King's sword. I had a sword at one point. It's my pocket. No, it's not in my pocket. Put it over here. It'll turn up when I don't need it. I hope. Let's roll the blades back in the container. Did it crack? Might have. Somewhere is Judo King's sword, but I don't know where. The king's weapon, if you will. Whatever. It will turn up. It's not imperative that I have it right now. It's possible it fell in the trash can. Likely it fell in the trash can. No, it's funny. I say I don't need to. Not worrying about it right now, but then I'm pausing what I'm doing to look for it. So. My mind and body going in different directions. Did this get in a pocket? Did I? No. That's not that. You know what? Let's just build the build. I'll find it later. Get everything situated because I need to build cube whale. It's time for that. So let's do that. It's time for Dodekaio. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back. Alright, folks, let's get back into it. I do apologize for the delay there. Only meant to be gone for a few minutes, but things happen. So, without further ado, let's build a whale. Is identical? I think so. Yeah. Just as well. We'll just start from the top then. Get my entertainment back up. I don't know if anybody's still watching me. I apologize. If you are watching live or even just a replay and I was gone so long, I don't know how long I was gone. I apologize. But I'm back now. That's what matters.
Advice was a lot lower down on the list of popular quiz topics, with Quizilla and similar sites instead having more niche and personalized quizzes like How Did You Die? Anime Pics, Random, Wahahaha, Swimsuit, Girls Only, 18 Beautiful Results, and Who Is Your Perfect Guy? Girls Only, with beautiful anime pics. While not everyone was necessarily interested in what swimsuit they would anamorph into, that's the only reasonable explanation I will accept of what this quiz is about. These quizzes mainly differed from the magazine quizzes of old because of their topic choices, offering more loose and fun ideas and a sense of community. I didn't really use many quiz websites myself, but I did play a few games on DisneyChannel.com that were the kid-friendly version of online quizzes based around Disney Channel shows. I specifically remember playing these Sweet Life of Zack and Cody based quizzes over and over again, just for the fun of picking all the choices. Shout out to all the London's Sweet Styler kids who also attempted to make the results they got their entire personality. I also like to occasionally try my hand at the Impossible quiz every now and then, which may technically count as a quiz, but that I still have a deep underlying hatred for. If you too were victimized by the Impossible quiz flash, then you may be entitled to financial compensation.
I'm happy for that.
As far as quiz sites go, though, I did eventually end up spending more time on yet another quiz hosting page later on into my teen years, and it was a little website called BuzzFeed. While BuzzFeed had been creating and posting quizzes for a while leading up to their spike of popularity, it wasn't until 2014 that the real buzz around BuzzFeed started taking off. BuzzFeed was being marketed as the place for pop culture, especially surrounding media like movies and TV shows. Around the time that BuzzFeed started reaching its peak, fandom culture, especially that on the social media blog site Tumblr, was also starting to take off on the internet. And boy, did BuzzFeed really hone in on the Tumblr user demographic, creating not just popular YouTube videos and listicles, a list article hybrid that literally just lists things, but also quizzes that targeted the specific nature of fandom lovers. Quizzes made to answer the question of what Disney princess you were or which Harry Potter character was going to kill you did already exist on sites like Quizilla in earlier years, but BuzzFeed approached these widely popular and especially fangirl-heavy ideas with their own specially curated BuzzFeed style. With reaction GIFs, internet slang acronyms, and a casual, usually silly narration style that gave the site a more intimate, personal feel, while still having an organized and professional website to host it all on, BuzzFeed was a haven for the chronically online that had a lot of feels about their favorite franchises and media. And with quizzes offering everything from medical advice to relatability on weirdly specific experiences that totally didn't happen to me in 2nd grade, I had friends, okay? Even those who weren't big into Tumblr could still find something that appealed to them. BuzzFeed didn't only have employee-written quizzes, though, but also had a dedicated community section that was full of user-made quizzes, too. Although BuzzFeed was arguably mainly targeted towards the Tumblr demographic around 2014, once it gained traction, there pretty quickly came a point where there wasn't a person on the internet who hadn't heard of BuzzFeed. And while Disney princess quizzes and random "What bean are you?" questionnaires were originally the BuzzFeed bread and butter of the site, the general public that eventually took over the community section made some quizzes that were wild, to say the least. BuzzFeed did have a disclaimer on most community-made quizzes saying that BuzzFeed wasn't associated with them and didn't endorse it, blah blah blah, but I feel like that doesn't fully excuse the inappropriate, shall we say, nature of some of these entries. Just as quickly as it had become somewhat beloved among Disney adults, nostalgic millennials, and Tumblr users fangirling over Benedict Cumberbatch, BuzzFeed was thrown into the pile of things we have all collectively decided we hate by a lot of bandwagon internet users. And with this mentality mixed with a still growing need for fresh, relatable quizzes, BuzzFeed eventually started to scramble for quiz ideas, and people started to notice. The quizzes started to become a lot more niche, no longer focusing as much on pop culture like hot celebrities and TV shows, or simple personality quizzes based on things like zodiac signs, and instead finding out if you like cats or dogs more, but based on what foods you would eat for brunch. I got dogs, by the way. Quizzes based on personality traits and preferences were still popular, but these new BuzzFeed quizzes were clearly starting to blur the line between quirky randomness and just straight-up nonsense for filler between ideas. Given how some people felt about BuzzFeed overall and its huge place in pop culture, there were even a few strange, meta, self-aware quizzes thrown into the mix, sometimes even written by official BuzzFeed staff. And these self-aware posts were just the beginning of the inevitable, a somewhat sudden decline of BuzzFeed altogether. Ex-employees began posting videos with the title, "Why I Left BuzzFeed," with even some of the most popular creators ending up leaving the company by 2018. Since then, BuzzFeed has continued to lay off employees and shut down different areas of the business, making it a shell of its former glory. Despite the decline of BuzzFeed, there's still the top result on Google when searching quizzes, and the second result when only searching the word quiz. There are still plenty of quizzes actively being created on the site, but the company overall isn't quite the powerhouse that it once was. Maybe because one too many edgy teens tipped the quiz scales out of BuzzFeed's favor, flooding the site with strange and unfortunate posts. Maybe it was the official staff that did it, asking one too many readers to make a bowl of mac and cheese to figure out how tall they were. No matter who is to blame for BuzzFeed's downfall, it seems that they've come to terms with it, and are already actively implementing a solution that could solve their quiz-based problems. Only a couple of weeks ago, BuzzFeed unveiled its newest quizzes that respond to chosen answers and develop a result using artificial intelligence. These quizzes have open-ended, free-form questions that are typed by the reader instead of the typical multiple-choice question format. This is apparently supposed to create more personalized results and have more outcomes available than typical quizzes, potentially even infinite results if everything works out right. While this all seems like a fun, harmless development, the main goal for BuzzFeed here isn't just to make more engaging and entertaining quizzes. Since they are still a media company with employees and a business, BuzzFeed is of course looking to garner more of an audience, but also looking to boost revenue through ads and paid subscriptions more than anything. And while we're on the topic of BuzzFeed's new marketing ploy, it seems like a good time to mention that all quizzes, even the obscure user-made ones across various websites, were also created around the intention of revenue and marketing. Magazine quizzes were an easy, low-effort way to invite readers in directly from the cover, and to engage them to continue reading other articles after taking the quiz. Early internet quizzes were sometimes created by hired psychologists in order to garner information and interest around the host site. And quizzes posted to larger websites like BuzzFeed and Facebook were directly marketed to social media users, encouraging clicks and longer time spent on websites that were full of advertisements. And if you've ever needed to enter your email to see your quiz results, this is a pretty blatant way for companies to rope you into email advertisements and further market to you. To be honest, despite how annoying persistent marketing can be sometimes, none of this is overly bad when only relating it back to the business. Businesses do need money to run, and appealing to internet users through quizzes certainly isn't the worst way to try and attract an audience. But sometimes it goes beyond just targeted ads and news subscriptions. Sometimes the whole reason businesses and quiz makers want you to take a quiz is to take notes on your answers. Data mining is the process of uncovering patterns and other valuable information from large data sets. In other words, acquiring data that could be useful in some way without explicitly asking for it or being transparent about its purposes. And online quizzes, as you might have guessed, are some of the easiest ways for data miners to collect information from the thousands and millions of people that take them. While BuzzFeed quizzes are a bit more exempt from this rule, considering not quite as many companies are interested in how you like your bacon or who your British soulmate is, even without inputting much personal info, an online quiz or survey site like BuzzFeed can still identify the type of computer you're on, your location through your IP, and the websites you use before and after the quiz site, at the very least. and other information that can be gathered directly from the quiz answers ranges from your consumer habits to identifying information like age or education level. Consumer habits and identity info is mainly used to further identify quiz takers and group them into certain demographics, making it easier to market to them with relevant ads. Worse than that, though, are the quizzes that ask directly personal questions in an attempt to not just collect information on identity and shopping habits, but to phish or directly scam sensitive info out of unknowing quiz takers. These quizzes were especially popular on Facebook, where common quizzes about which Disney princess you were would also end up requesting info about the name of the street you grew up on, your pet's first name, or the city you were born in. These questions and others like them not only have nothing to do with how to be labeled as more of an Ariel than a Cinderella, but are also common security questions or personal info used in passwords. By willingly filling in these seemingly fun quiz questions, quiz takers are offering up personal information for potentially easy access to social media profiles, bank accounts, or identity theft, among other things. Fortunately, I'd like to think that at least the majority of internet users in general are mostly aware of phishing and scammers altogether, which helps diminish the effectiveness of these invasive quizzes. But older people, especially older Facebook users, are usually the targets for these kind of attacks, because they sometimes just don't know any better. And now with AI-infused quizzes that have more open-ended, free response questions, it seems like it's going to get even more difficult to determine if a quiz really is just all fun and games or not, even when they're not actively asking for your favorite color or mother's maiden name. With the way that our phones and the internet and basically everything everywhere already pretty blatantly tracks and records us, having a few quizzes that do the same thing in a more wraparound, more or less voluntary way, I guess doesn't seem that bad in comparison. And none of this was to bash quiz takers or creators. I just think it's worth mentioning to hopefully keep everyone cautious and on the safe side the next time a website asks what Magic School Bus character you are based on your zodiac sign. I've since strayed from my BuzzFeed quiz-taking days as a teen, and I'm kind of glad to not be a teenager taking quizzes during the rise of AI. I may or may not have gotten distracted by taking some BuzzFeed quizzes while making this video, but if that happened, it was strictly for research. Like, research about how, if I did happen to build a cake to be told my own age and location, that says a lot about the pure clickability of these quizzes, and the questions they pose, that are the perfect formula to reach their intended audiences. To offer some unsolicited advice to the younger generation who might also end up baking a cake on BuzzFeed, only now complete with AI that will somehow tell you why all your friends secretly hate you, or something. Don't take quiz results too seriously, no matter what they claim to know about you. With alleged infinite quiz answers possible through AI, there's a potential for the results to seem a little too real and personal. But at the end of the day, the internet is full of weird stuff and is essentially a robot that just claims to know you. Take it all with a grain of salt, and don't make the same mistake I did when I was 10 and got so scared by a chain email that claimed a girl was going to crawl out of a storm drain in the middle of the night and come get me that I couldn't sleep all night. Yeah, just be smarter than that. A huge thank you to Kayla Gary, Dylan Webb, Kevin Evans, Emily, Paper Sam, Sarah, The Goomba Mattress, Unin Omondor, and the rest of my patrons for supporting me. Take this quiz I made to find out which Patreon tier you are.
No, Audrey, not right now. I know you want to get up here. Crazy that the combined head is stored on an arm. That's just a crazy place to store a head. It works, just it's funny to me. Alright. What else do I want to watch? Oh, yes, let's watch the Deluxe Dino Xenon review. 50 minutes, good grief.
ダイナゼロンバトルゴー。おー、見事にね、変形合体しました。これがダイナゼロン。かなりボリュームがあって、いいね、ザ・デラックスといった感じがします。ミサイル発射。はぁ、おー、もうガラリと姿を変えた全く別の合体フォームですね。ダイナレックス。オタフの秘密基地。ダイナゼロンバトルゴー。動画をご覧の皆さん、こんにちは、オタファです。今日紹介するおもちゃはこれだ。グッドスマイルカンパニーザ合体龍神デラックスダイナゼロンだ。おー、全国の玩具野郎集結せよ。それからちびっこもぜひ大人と一緒に見てね。それでは早速レビュー行こう。ついに来た。そう、今日はね、このデラックスダイナゼロン、もうこれをね、じっくりもう遊んで、一からね、僕が説明します。そうです。僕は先日、このグッドスマイルカンパニーのメカスマの生配信番組、オタファと遊ぶダイナゼロン&サンダーグリッドマンにね、出演しています。なのでね、変形合体ギミックね、もう頭の中に完璧に入ってます。パッケージがめちゃくちゃかっこいいです。ちなみに、ダイナゼロンといえばね、じゃん、前回発売された、このデラックスフルパワーグリッドマン。これとね、箱、全く同じ大きさです。いいね、統一感があります。で、改めてこのロボットは何なのかというとね、現在放映中のアニメ、ダイナゼロンに登場するロボットとなります。で、パッケージの背面こんな感じです。じゃーん。これ見よう。幾千年の時を超え、古の恐竜が今蘇る。ゴーリュウだ。ごめんなさい。あっけーろ。あっけーろ。じゃーん。中はこんな感じでブリスターにパンパンにね、おもちゃが入っています。さらにこの後ろ側には説明書がありますね。それからディスプレイスタンドが入っていますね。ちゃんとダイナゼロンと入ってます。あとはね、ここに武器とか各種アタッチメントパーツなどがあります。これスタンドで使うものですね。さあ、それではね、早速中身を取り出します。じゃーん。中から4体のね、メカを取り出しました。早速ね、行こう。今回のオタファテクニカルレベル、ズバリ7。変形工程がとにかく多いので7としました。で、ギミックに関しては、僕の動画をね、見てもらえると、大体こんな感じかなっていうのがわかります。で、ギミックを説明するだけじゃなくて、ちょっと手触りとか、そういうのも見たいよね。どのぐらい力を入れるとか、そういったところも気になるかなと思います。というわけでね、とにかくギミックを見てどんどん見ていこう。まずはね、それぞれのメカを紹介します。ダイナソルジャー。これがね、ダイナソルジャーです。これがね、めちゃくちゃかっこいいです。劇中でもね、本当になんか可愛らしい動きもしたりとかね、もうたまらないです。ちなみに全ての材質はプラです。プラスチックなので、なんていうのかな、成型色が対応されているので、擦れとかを特に気にしなくても、ガシガシ遊べるような感じとなっています。近くでも見ていこう。頭部のアップ、こんな感じですね。大変シャープな作りとなっていて、塗装、造形も素晴らしいです。胸部。この辺のね、エッジもかなり立っています。爪もね、ピンピンです。で、このダイナソルジャーはいわゆるフルアクションフィギュアのような感じとなっていて、頭部、こんな感じで動いたりとか、上にも向けたりとか。この渋みもね、非常にいい感じです。いじるときは、稼働させたい場合は、付け根を触って、回したりとか、動かしたりしましょう。で、このね、指も開きます。ちょっと見えるかな。こんな感じで。指も開きます。それから、腰は回らないですね。で、足の付け根はボールジョイント。これもね、結構、渋みが効いています。こんな感じで、手触り伝わるでしょうか。こんな感じでね。もう本当にグリグリと動きます。足の爪も、こんな感じで動きます。ちょっとシャープなんでね、いじるとき気をつけましょう。で、足首もボールジョイントです。こういう感じ。ちょっとポーズを取らせてみようか。各部を動かして、アクション。もうこんな感じでね、大きいポーズを取らせることができます。で、これがダイナソルジャーですね。で、 基本形態っていうのがあって、合体させるときは、この腕の位置だけちょっと気をつけたいんだけど、この位置が、こうですね。合体ジョイントの穴が見える。そして、拳をこうする。これが合体の準備モードですね。尻尾。ここも稼働するんで、これを中に入れるとか。まあそういった工程があります。基本的にこれはアクションフィギュアタイプ。
I know, it's so unfair. No one loves you. My apologies. My cat was exploring a little too close to where she shouldn't be. So, back to it. This is take another coat. White is a tricky color. I'm learning. From the familiar Zuohger kit, so white especially requires multiple coats. Like everything should get multiple coats, but some look okay after one coat. Like the metallic colors look good with one coat. White does not look good with one coat. Shit.
のおメカですね。さあ次どんどん行こう。今日ね工程が多いんでね。ダイナウィング。これは今ディスプレイスタンドにセットしています。例えばこう浮遊感のあるポーズを取らせたいとか、そういった時に使用します。が長時間のディスプレイするときは、このスタンドに各種のパーツをね組み合わせて保持させるっていう感じなんだけど、これ基本的になくても楽しめます。でね、あとはね、表情のある開き手とか、握り手、エフェクトパーツがついています。というわけでね、見ていこう。ダイナウィング。こんな感じの造形となっています。これのね、見どころは、やっぱなんて言ってもね、コロがあるところですね。ここにね、コロがちゃんとあるんです。男は黙って、コロ倉庫。こんな感じですね。で、パッケージに入っているときは、ここがまっすぐになっています。こんな感じ。このメカにしたい場合は、付け根をワンクリック、ここを2クリック。これを覚えておきましょう。羽の角度はこういう感じになります。いいよね。なんか、レビュー進まないな。なんか劇中でさ、こうね、このぐらいのスケールになるから、本当になんか、いいよね。こんな感じです。これもね、シャープな作りとなっています。で、さあ次、ダイナーストライカー。これ見ていこうか。じゃん、こんな感じですね。これは自分初めて見たときに、ミニ四駆みたいだなと思ったんだよね。なんかこう、造形とか、この大きなタイヤとかね。こう、なんかミニ四駆みたいな感じ。これもね、コロ走行できるんです。 気持ちいいです。こんな感じ。さあ、そして最後がダイナダイバー。これがね、海メカですね。ダイバー。造形はこんな感じになってて、これも非常にシャープで、ギミックもすごくあります。こんな感じ。びっくりドッキリギミック、早速やろうか。ミサイル発射ギミック、これ感動する。まずこれがスイッチですね。これをカチカチカチといって、ここで止まりました。そしたら、このボタンを押すと、せーの。はあ、これ最高でしょ。このね、スプリングのジジジっていう音とともにね、こう順番にね、このミサイルハッチが開くっていうね、このギミックは本当にたまんないです。で、戻すときは手動でこう、戻していくんだけど、このパチパチもね、気持ちいいんだよね。で、これいじるとき注意があって、まあちょっと両方開いてみようか。フルハッチオープン、ミサイル発射。
Single sticker used.
これが楽しいです。さ
later, but...
っきここで止まりましたね。ここの時にスプリングがかなり引っ張られてるんで、通常遊ばない時は、ここでね、止めておきましょう。これが注意かな。ちょっと待ってね。これすらも超楽しいです。ダイナダイバーはこんな感じです。さあ、それでね、コンバインさせていこう。この、ダイナソルジャーを中心にね、それぞれのメカとコンバインします。まずは、ダイナウィング。これからいきます。合体準備させます。まずはダイナソルジャー。足は、まあ、爪ちょっとこう、浮遊感のあるポーズがいいからね。ちょっとこう、爪を調整して、ここを反転させます。こう、劇中同様に出てきます。このようにし。で、腕はまあ、自由な感じです。尻尾を収納。今日は、まあ、好みで、頭部をね、ちょっとこう上に起こせるか。これで一旦完成ですね。ちょっとやりましょう。ダイナウィング。これは、ウィングの角度変わります。まっすぐにし、ワンクリック、ワンクリック。少し斜めにします。反対側も同様。ワンクリック、ワンクリック。こうかな。このようになります。そしたらね、これね、結構何回か出てくるんで、ゆっくりやり方を覚えましょう。まずこれが、ボールジョイントで接続されてるんですね。一回これを下まで持っていくような感じ。根元のボールジョイントを使ってこう、反転させる。そしたら、外に逃がして、もう一回回す。これで完成です。反対側も同様の工程。根元のボールジョイントを下に下ろし、回す。外に出してもう一回回す。こういう風にあります。これ慣れると簡単です。さあ、そしたらこれが合体ジョイントですね。これを背面のここにね、合体させるわけです。ここで取り付ければ、じゃん、これで完成。ダイナソルジャーウィングコンバイン。さっきのね、ディスプレイスタンド使って浮遊感のあるポーズ取らせたりとか、まあこう腕とか足とかこう、ポーズをつけてね、こんな感じで遊ぶことができます。いいね、こう飾るのもいいし、こうなんか手で取ってさ、こう遊びたくなるよね。ウィングコンバインこんな感じです。といった感じでそれぞれのメカが合体していきます。と、一旦さっきの携帯に戻し、さあ次はね、ストライカーコンバイン。ダイナソルジャー、ストライカーコンバインいきます。これはとっても簡単です。左右を分割。中央部分にプラのね、密着によるジョイントがあります。引っ張って外し、ここを開く。反対側も同様。このように開きます。そしたら、さっき言っていた合体準備の状態にしておくわけですね。腕をこっち側の向きにして穴があります。これが目安ですね。拳をこっちにする。反対側も同様。こうですね。こうしたら、今度はね、腕を起こして、こういう風にします。反対側もこういう風にして、そしたらね、この肩幅ごと反転。こう関節が上を向くようにします。これでね、合体準備完了です。 で、このストライカー
Clever,
の
actually.
中にはここにピンがあり
Binding
ま
those
す。
together with the white
これを
piece.
さっきの穴です
Make
ね。
sure there's something in the back.
ここに、合体させると。合体させるときはこういう感じじゃなくて、一回ちょっとこう物を見ながら、僕が今こう映してるようなアングルで実際に見て、これはめましょう。そうするとね、腕がここで逃げます。そしたら再び元に戻すとこうなるわけですね。最高。何回かねいじってて慣れると、こう後ろから見なくても、あ、この辺にあるなっていうね、手触りで分かってくると思います。じゃーん。これでね、巨大な腕になるわけです。で、さらにさ、ほら、劇中のようにね、このように、ここの部分がね、稼働します。要はタイヤを曲げるような感覚で。こうやって、で、これはね、前面にタイヤを出す。こういう風になるわけです。反対側も同様です。このようにすれば、なんと、こんな不安定そうなのに、これね、ちゃんと立つっていうね。はあ、これをね、再現できます。ちょっとこう、こんな感じでね。これすごいわ。
That goes there. That would make more sense over there. I think the instructions are numbered wrong. Oh, wait. I see. Okay. It's just weirdly. Okay. I see what it was.
.絶妙なバランス、重心バランスでちゃんと立っています。これがストライカーコンバインですね。ちょっと戻しもお見せしましょう。どうでしょう。これなんかいじってる、僕の手でね、なんとなく、ああ、こういう感じになってるなっていうのがね、わかるかと思います。このそれぞれの合体も結構シンプルで面白いよね。こんな感じ。と、一回ね、変形させて戻しました。さあ、そしたらね、最後は、ダイナソルジャー、ダイバーコンバイン。これをね、お見せします。これはね、すごい簡単です。ここに、ダイナソルジャーが握るグリップがあるんです。あ、ごめんなさい。こうやって出す。このグリップにね、捕まるような感じで、合体させます。ちょっと待ってね。こう。これ入れてきます。これでね、合体準備完了なんです。あとは、ダイナソルジャーをね、こう、掴むような感じで。で、まあ、この指を開いて、こういう感じですね。あとは、足もちょっとこう、表情があるといいですね。こういう感じにして、これでね、合体準備完了なんです。これを、このグリップにつかませる。見えるかな？こう、つかませて、
Okay, this is where.
ゆっくり行いましょう。
There's okay, so the details.
反対側のグリップが取れないように、こういう感じでゆっくり、このように、ちょっと待ってね。こんな感じで掴ませれば、これでね、完成です。これが、ダイナソルジャー、ダイバーコンバイン。こんな感じになります。これね、面白いよね。こんな感じ。で、まあ、外すと、こういう感じになります。そう。それぞれのメカ、コンバインの遊び方はこんな感じ。さあ、お待たせ。この4体が合体、ダイナゼノになりますね。みんなで掛け声いこう。でね、ダイナゼノバトルゴーね。いきます。ダイナゼノバトルゴーというわけでいこう。どんどんいきますね。まあ、ゆっくりいきます。まずはこのコアなんだけど、さっきお見せしたこの合体の基本形態の状態ですね。腕をこの位置にします。で、尻尾も畳んでおきましょう。このようにします。さあ、そしたら、まずは腕。持ち上げて曲げる。反対側も持ち上げて曲げる。そしたら、今度はね、肩の関節をこっちに持ってきて、 要するに後ろ側に腕が行くようにするわけですね。このようにします。さあ、そしたら腕を、ごめんなさい、足を接続。ここにピンがあります。まあ、1決めのピン的な感じですね。がっちりくっつくわけじゃないです。で、爪をこう折りたたむ。そしたら、これを足の関節使ってこう後ろに持っていくわけです。これ、ポイントは息切らなくてもいいです。ちょっとこう余裕を持たせてください。こんな感じ。そしたら最後に頭部を目いっぱい後ろまで持ってきます。こういう感じですね。大体のブロックができましたね。これでダイナソルジャーは合体準備完了。さあ、そしたらダイナウィング。ここにヘッドギアがあります。ヘッドギアの取り外し方は、この、メタリックグリーンのパーツ、これをこっち側にスライドさせると、こんな感じでね、スライドします。
Not paying a whole lot of attention to that, but I need to pay more attention to this right now. Lost at the end there, but that might be some of my finest work, that 10. I'll clean that up later. That's worth photographing.
遊びしてて、これが中に入っちゃったら、定位置はこう上に上げた状態なんで、ここにしておきましょう。でヘッドギアですね。これ後で、最後にね、取り付けます。そしたら、さっきお見せしたこれですね。これもう一回やりましょう。ボールを下に下ろし、回す、回す。これ何回か今日出てくるから、ちょっとずつ早くしていこう。こんな感じですね。ここまでどうでしょう。そしたら、ウイングがね、こうなってますよね。これ要するにね、曲げる、曲げるでこう直角にすればいいんです。こんな感じ。反対側も。
This whole surface should be so
これ分かり
good.
やすいですね。そしたらポイントはここが合体ジョイントとなっています。これは板のパーツなんで、いじるときちょっと精密な感じではあるんだけど、これすごいのがさ、この肩のアーマーをご覧ください、形。これとね、これがちょうど噛み合うようになってるんです。面白いよね。で、これがこう劇中のようにね、ガーンとこう合体するわけです。劇中のように勢いがある感じじゃなくて、こう板のパーツなんで、この間にね、かませるように、僕のやり方としてはね、一回軽くかまして、反対側も少し様子を見ながら、こうやって位置を合わせる。そしたら、そのままグッと押し込めば、これでね、合体するわけです。これすごいよな。さあ、そしたら、これは肩の軸になってるわけなので、これがね、ぐるーっと、その軸を中心にこう、下に降りるわけですね。こう。はあ、劇中のように。ごめんね、はあって言っちゃってね。もうちょっともう一回お見せしたいな。要するにこうなっているのが、これぐるっと回るわけですね。で、行き切ると、ここにさっきウィングコンバインで使用したジョイントがあるわけです。これを押し込んでロックさせる。ゆっくり行きましょう。これでね、ロックされました。面白いよね。あ、ちょっと待ってね。いじってる時に各部外れちゃったら、ちょっと様子見ながらやってください。
So these eyes are a different color than the gold on the chest, but I'm just going to use the same gold anyway because it's my kit and it's what I've got on hand.
これはね、特に難しいとこないですね。一回こう起こして、ランディングギアがあります。これランディングギア収納。中に入れたら、機種を、ここがいいかな、機種を、これね、90度回す。こういうふうになります。そしたら、中央部分にロックがあります。これ引っ張って外したら、ごめんなさい。さっきの、コンバインで使用したね、ジョイントが残ってました。ごめんなさい。そしたら、このままね、
I want to watch it, but I am not engaged enough in this. I have no idea. I'm too busy. It's just background noise. I'll find something else I can lay a little more attention to. Okay. This whole thing is silver. Because I can go over, I don't have to. This is going to be covered anyway. There they are. That's going to take a whole lot of work to pull off. Okay. This doesn't attach to anything right now. These eyes are just flying out here. This is... I don't know what this goes to. I'm just going to hold on to this.
Surprise, surprise, the hottest toy on the market at the time resulted in a daily syndicated animated series, one of the easiest programming decisions ever made, a narrative blank slate with the potential to define those characters for generations to come, instead delivering live-action pratfalls and celebrity guest appearances. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. Mario Brothers Super Show is part live-action, part animated series that originally aired one season of 65 episodes from September to December of 1989, born from the market-dominating popularity of the Nintendo Entertainment System, the love of Super Mario Brothers, and a whole lot of blind trust. The Super Mario Bros. Super Show featured book and live-action segments that generally didn't have anything to do with the animated shorts that were intended to be the focus of each episode. Or maybe it's the other way around. A Mario Brothers cartoon briefly inserted into the middle of a live-action television show. Either way, Mario and his brother Luigi live in our world, the real world, and in the middle of each episode they share a story from the plumber's log about their travels into the Mushroom Kingdom through a dimensional portal they stumbled upon in a pipe while fixing a bathtub. A portal party, if you will. In the real world, Mario and Luigi are full-time plumbers living in an apartment in Brooklyn, New York. Each episode, they are visited by a celebrity guest who has a problem or request or a challenge for the Mario Brothers that sets up the live-action segments and is resolved after the animated interlude. In the animated world, the Mario Brothers work alongside Princess Toadstool and Toad in the continuing fight against King Koopa and his quest to take over the Mushroom Kingdom. Every Friday, the Mario Brothers took the day off from their own cartoon to make way for the adventures from The Legend of Zelda instead. Similar to Mario and Luigi, Link teams up with Zelda and a fairy named Sprite to stop the evil Ganon from obtaining the Triforce of Wisdom, combining it with the Triforce of Power, and thereby conquering all of Hyrule. Both cartoons and the live-action segments pulled character sound effects and musical cues from their respective games, immersing the viewer in a Nintendo Entertainment spectacle. Between 1983 and 1985, the video game industry in the United States was all but deceased. The entire market collapsed on itself thanks to too many games, too many bad games, and too many games that were copies of games that
so
were
that's an
bad.
interesting approach they're taking. I knew it was, but I knew what they
That
were
all
doing.
changed in 1986 with the launch of the Nintendo
So in the original
Entertainment System.
Dodekaio, there's two long poles that will go down the middle, connecting each just stuck on top of each other. Here, because they sacrifice that gimmick for articulation, they're making them connect, and you can't even stack anything on top of the heads, the upper torso units, because of construction. They're giving you these mod parts, which, it's an okay sacrifice. Put that off to the side. One moment here. Big boy when it's all put together. Anyway, back to what I was doing.
System, the console that single-handedly changed the perception of video games in the US, reignited the market, and made a lot of money. All while introducing the world to new brand characters like Mario and Luigi, Link, Zelda, Samus Aran, Simon Belmont, and that bulletproof dog from Duck Hunt. Nintendo of America was fully plugged into the fan community with an official Nintendo Fun Club that kicked off in 1987 and then in 1988 began publishing Nintendo Power magazine. Mario and other Nintendo characters were prominently featured on all manner of licensed merchandise. There was seemingly no limit to how far and into which media Nintendo could expand if they wanted to. As with any popular commercial fantasy in America, an animated series was a foregone conclusion, a potential hit for whoever was assuming the responsibility. The kids were ready to watch whatever got made, whenever it aired. In 1988, DiC Animation began working with Nintendo to try to figure out how to bring the Nintendo experience to cartoons. DiC previously adapted everything from music videos to toys, with shows like Kid Video, Rainbow Bright, Care Bears, Jason the Wheeled Warriors, and Mask. They adapted movies like The Real Ghostbusters, TV shows like Alf, sports entertainment with Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling, and even video games with Pole Position. In an interview with The Ringer in 2020, DiC Animation Chief Executive Andy Hayward said, quote, "Nintendo had two plumbers, a princess, a very infectious song, and that was about it. And they wanted to see if we could come up with an animated TV series for them." DiC head of Creative Affairs Robbie London was happy with what he saw as creative freedom. In an interview in 2015, he explained that usually an adaptation of a TV series or movie can be restricted to new stories, but video games were, in his words, so undeveloped in terms of character storyline and depth of lore that it left a lot of room for them to come up with their own creative material. DiC's contract with Nintendo included royalty payments beyond the normal licensing for the property. That motivated DiC to capitalize on as much of the Nintendo library as possible while keeping costs as low as possible. Their first attempt was initially titled the Super Mario Bros. Power Hour. DiC proposed a rotating block of animated shorts featuring segments from Super Mario Bros., The Legend of Zelda, and other popular games like Metroid, Castlevania, Double Dragon, and California Games, similar to Ruby Spears' 1983 series Saturday Supercade, which featured Atari games like Frogger, Donkey Kong, Q*bert, and Pitfall. But further development resulted in a daily syndicated series focused on Mario and Luigi, supplemented with The Legend of Zelda, and breaking the rest of the library off into its own weekly series called Captain N the Game Master, which we will come back to in a moment. To bring Mario to life, DiC took a less conventional approach, but one that had been successful in the past: animation and live action. As DiC head Andy Hayward put it, the Mario Brothers is such a unique property, we had to do it in a different way. We wanted to do a cartoon, but also do a show that extended beyond the cartoon. Mario's existing mythology, a plumber who finds himself in a wonderland through the looking glass via pipe-based warp zones, made for a logical bridge between the real world and the animated world, blurring the line between the two realms. DiC had previously utilized live-action framing for their cartoons during Alf, the animated series in 1987. Other shows at the time made the same creative choice. Ruby Spears with Mr. T from 1983 to 85, and Chuck Norris in 1986. It was an easy way to make the characters more relatable as real people, to capitalize on their existing celebrity, and cheaper than animating a full 22-minute episode.
Nintendo. It's for breakfast now. Nintendo. It's a cereal. Wow. Nintendo. Super Mario Chunks. Nintendo. Innocent Flagrant Crunch. Nintendo. Here's Zelda too. Nintendo. It's very good news. Nintendo. You just can't lose. Nintendo cereal system is a super part of this nutritious breakfast. Nintendo. 2 cereals in 1. Wow.
The role of Mario in both the live-action and animated segments went to Captain Lou Albano, one of the characters in DiC's 1985 series Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling, another show that benefited from the use of live-action and animated versions of the characters in the series. Danny Wells was cast as his brother Luigi. Wells had extensive television experience with shows like Columbo, Chips, Fantasy Island, 8 is Enough, Happy Days, The Greatest American Hero, A-Team, The Jeffersons, and voice acting experience on Heathcliff and The Real Ghostbusters. That's Heathcliff and The Real Ghostbusters, 2 different shows. Can you imagine? The animated Mario segments included Jeannie Elias as Princess Toadstool, John Stalker as Toad, and Harvey Atkin as King Koopa. The live-action segments had a different guest each episode: Sergeant Slaughter, Elvira, Cyndi Lauper, Ernie Hudson, Danica McKellar, Rowdy Roddy Piper, Magic Johnson, Patrick Dempsey, and every kid's favorite, Norman Fell. DiC shamelessly tapped Maurice LaMarche, voice of DiC's own very popular cartoon character Inspector Gadget, to play Inspector Gadget as a recurring live-action character in the world of Mario and Luigi. While the animated segments of the Super Mario Bros. Super Show were scripted, Albano has said that the live-action parts were mostly improvised. I don't know. That live-action improvisation mostly improvised. I don't know. That live-action improvisation likely contributed to the realism of the show, giving it a manic, raw sensibility, harkening back to Let It Go. It's fine. That live-action improvisation likely contributed to the realism of the show, giving it a manic, raw sensibility, harkening back to hosted kid shows of the past like Captain Kangaroo or Bozo the Clown, but it also left characterization of two Nintendo icons up to the choices made by Albano and Wells in the moment. I don't know how to say his name. Albano! I should have written it out for that. I should have put in Captain Lou every single time is what I should have done. Captain Lou. The Legend of Zelda segments were given the same creative freedom to develop the characters and world of Hyrule however they deemed appropriate for the audience. The majority of the episodes were written by veteran Bob Forward, a writer on shows like Masters of the Universe, Brave Star, Cops, Rambo, and the Filmation Ghostbusters. That's Rambo and the Filmation Ghostbusters, two different shows. Can you imagine? Link is a self-righteous teen out to save the princess who is pretty capable herself. According to Forward, their playful banter inspired directly by Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd's characters on Moonlighting, they'd love each other if they didn't hate each other so much kind of relationship. Link's "Excuse me, princess" catchphrase was inspired by Steve Martin's "Well, excuse me" catchphrase, and begrudgingly included by Forward at the request of Robbie London. A fairy named Sprite inspired by Disney's Tinkerbell joined Link and Zelda on their adventures, which generally followed the same format every episode from setup to conclusion. The Super Mario Bros. Super Show kicked off every episode with the familiar theme music from the game, with new orchestration and also lyrics. Rap lyrics. Plumber Rap was composed by Savan Shuki Levy and features two verses. The first verse opens the show and establishes Mario and Luigi as the titular Mario brothers, who are the fastest plumbers in town despite the lack of visibility their business has thus far attained. But they are available should your plumbing need treatment. I'm paraphrasing, of course. They put it so much more elegantly. The important part is, you're in for a treat, so hang on to your seat, get ready for adventure and remarkable feats. While the theme music plays, Lou Albano and Wells as Mario and... Albano? Yeah. Albano. Lou Albano. Okay, Albanjo. I'm going to say Albanjo. While the theme music plays, Lou Albano and Wells as Mario and Luigi ham it up in front of a green screen, once again appearing to improvise their movements in real time. Upon the close of each episode, we learn that this dance is called the Mario, and they are... doing it. The second verse acts as the opening theme of the animated Mario segments. It explains how these two ordinary Italians living in Brooklyn, New York, suddenly found themselves transported to the Mushroom Kingdom and in a fight for their lives and the survival of all the citizens of the realm. I'm paraphrasing, of course. They said it so much more elegantly. Found the secret warp zone while working on a drain. Lend the princess a hand in the Mushroom Land. Join the action with the plumbers. You'll be hooked on the brothers. The Super Mario Bros. Super Show was distributed by Viacom, who had recently purchased MTV Networks. MTV was not just a marketing partner for the series, but also highly influential in pop culture in general, and thereby the construction of the Mario Bros. Super Show. They were the trendsetters with respect to fashion, language, and culture, but also the cutting edge of video production and television series development. MTV's rise in popularity went hand in hand with the popularity of pop music at the time. Because of that, Deke historically found ways to incorporate?
Incorporate?
I said that in the read-through last night with Kate. I said incorporate, and she was like, incorporate? You said it like it's a real word. I know. Because of that, Deke historically found ways to incorporate popular... Oh, God, this is... I can't throw to first now. This is it. I got the yips. Incorporate? That doesn't even sound like a word anymore. Because of that, Deke historically found ways to incorporate popular music into their shows. Kid Video, Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling, both the Super Mario Bros. Super Show and Captain N used cover songs of hit music as part of each episode's soundtrack. The Super Mario Bros. Super Show ran from September 4th to December 1st, 1989, 65 episodes Monday through Friday. Deke produced a second Nintendo-themed series that aired 13 episodes once a week on Saturdays beginning September 9th. Captain N, the Game Master, acted as a showcase for several of the non-Mario game characters that DiC had originally intended to incorporate into the never-produced Super Mario Bros. Power Hour. Mega Man, Metroid, Kid Icarus, Castlevania, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! For more about the history of Captain N, check out our video, The History of Captain N. 2 shows weren't enough for DiC. 65 episodes of a third officially licensed Nintendo show called King Koopa's Cool Cartoons was designed for local broadcasters and initially tested in Los Angeles on KTTV 11 with the hope of expanding to other markets. A live-action kids club type show in the style of Captain Kangaroo and Bozo the Clown, hosted by King Koopa, a guy in a suit introducing cartoons that were so old they were public domain, reading fan mail and staging contests for the in-studio audience of kids. The only connection to Mario Brothers and Nintendo was the use of the names, the rough appearance of King Koopa, and framed portraits of Mario and Luigi on the wall. While the Super Mario show and Captain N have maintained a national fan base over the years, the limited local broadcast audience for King Koopa's Cool Cartoons has resulted in another show from the era landing on the list of lost media either by accident or on purpose. 1989 was a very busy time for DiC and Nintendo. 3 new series, all with the same goal of maximizing exposure of Nintendo's characters and capitalizing on the white-hot popularity of the console game sales. To cap it off, in December, Universal Pictures released The Wizard, starring Fred Savage, and a showcase of Nintendo gear, gaming, and even a sneak preview of the as-yet-unreleased Super Mario Bros. 3 game. The Super Mario Bros. Super Show started out strong, propelled by the wave of enthusiasm for all things Nintendo, but the wind was quickly taken out of its sails by the premiere of Disney's Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers and reruns of Marvel Productions' Muppet Babies. It was canceled after a single season to keep pace with the changing markets and, more specifically, the changing branding and increased visibility of the brand. In September of 1990, DiC and Nintendo replaced it with 26 episodes of Super Mario Bros. 3 to tie into the release of the game. The same thing happened again in September of 1991 with 13 episodes of Super Mario World. Reruns of the original animated Mario and Zelda segments from the Super Mario Bros. Super Show persisted through 1994 in syndication. However, in 1990, DiC attempted to repackage them with new live-action framing segments. Club Mario introduced new hosts Tommy Treehugger and Co-MC, who were purported to be broadcasting on a pirated signal from a city rooftop. Other characters included Tammy, Tommy's sister, Dr. Know-It-All, Co-MC's evil doppelganger Eric. Recurring segments included Are You Bogus?, where Tommy and Co-MC had to determine if the guest was who they claimed to be. And Spaced Out Theater, which was just repurposed clips from DiC's 1986 live-action series Photon, hosted by Princess Centauri. Like the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, special celebrity guests would occasionally make an appearance on at least one episode that meant DiC head Andy Hayward himself. The theme song for Club Mario also featured rap lyrics that tell the story of the how and why of Tommy and Co-MC's pirated cable signal. I'm paraphrasing, of course. They put it so much more elegantly. Grab your board, hold on to your hat. Satellite surfing is where it's at the club. Club Mario. We're at the club. Mario. Kids did not like Club Mario. It was canceled after one season. The Mario and Luigi live-action segments were reattached to the animated segments, and the original tapes for Club Mario landed on the list of lost media either by accident or on purpose. The Super Mario Bros. Super Show was released on VHS from 1989 through 1993. In 2006, Shout Factory released the entire series on 2 4-disc sets. As of 2020, you can purchase it or watch it for free on various streaming services. Please note that the episodes are not the episodes as they originally aired. Beginning with the DVD releases in 2006, all of the pop music included in the episodes had to be replaced with new compositions because the rights had long expired, an issue that plagues all of the DiC series that were built around capitalizing on contemporary pop music. Today, the Super Mario Bros. Super Show has a split legacy. On one hand, Nintendo's dissatisfaction with the Legend of Zelda segments may have been responsible for the lack of any television or movie adaptation of the series since, as it convinced Nintendo that those characters and Link's voice in particular belongs to the people who play the games. On the other hand, what was once thought to be the ugly early years of the franchise on television was proudly embraced in 2023 as part of the promotion for the Super Mario Bros. Movie. The lyrics and tune from the Mario Rap were part of an in-world advertisement for Mario Brothers Plumbing, demonstrating that the producers behind the film and Nintendo by association were proudly, loudly embracing the character's history and evolution in the U.S. The movie has cemented Mario as a character and franchise that has been dominant around the world for decades, now finally taking on and conquering movie theaters, completing a journey that began over 30 years ago with a clogged pipe in a Brooklyn bathtub. How are we doing on time? Right up against it? I got plenty of tape. Thanks for watching. Please hit like, hit subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. Thank you very, very much to those of you who already are. If you're in the position to help the channel grow, if you would like early access to the videos ad-free as well as a behind-the-scenes features, sneak peeks at upcoming projects, and exclusive monthly podcast about the show, please visit our Patreon at patreon.com/ToyGalaxy. I was doing my Italian accent. And let us know in the comments down below if you were a fan of the Super Mario Super Show. I admit that I didn't really know about it until years after it was already off the air. That said, I was a regular viewer of Captain N. I probably would have watched more Nintendo cartoons if they had covered some of my personal favorites. Would love to have seen a show kick off with a Contra rap, then move into live-action show hosted by Italian brothers Scorpion and Sub-Zero working as plumbers in New York, setting up a series of Ninja Gaiden cartoons, but I will admit that the thing they made probably worked for a larger audience. Not everything's about me.
Box 5 here's the feet, and then box 6 is just some extras. We're getting there.
Before we begin, thank you very much to Joseph P. for joining my Patreon campaign, rejoining my Patreon campaign. Thank you very much for that. I do have people who pop in and out of the campaign from time to time as they can afford it. Keep in mind the way Patreon works now, you pay up front when you subscribe. That does mean that if you need to pop out and pop back in, make sure that you're not double paying. Make sure that you're not paying twice in 1 month. I don't want anyone to have to go through that, so just be careful with it. I appreciate you, even if you I understand you can't do it all the time. If you jump in and out, that's fine. Just be careful you're not accidentally spending too much, right? Okay. So that little PSA out of the way, it's news roundup time, and once again, it is a loaded news week since we have the movie coming out, tons of stuff being seen for the first time. We're going to start with something that I mentioned previously last week. MPM Bone Crusher is rumored to be the next Masterpiece movie figure, set to be a Target exclusive for $165. I've never picked up a Masterpiece movie figure because Masterpiece engineering bugs me at normal levels, let alone Masterpiece levels. But I really, really like the design of Bone Crusher. Of all the movie Decepticons, that is probably my favorite one. Depending on how it goes, if it looks like it's a fun toy, and if the reports on it are good, I'm still probably going to wait for it to go on clearance because Target Masterpiece releases tend to always be on clearance at some point. So I'm going to keep an eye out on that. I'm eagerly looking forward to the announcement and seeing what this thing looks like, because it does look like it's not going to be too long before we know exactly what we're in for. Alright, let's begin. We're going to get all of the new toys and all the new reveals out of the way, all the new in-hand stuff. So, Rise of the Beast, Beast Mode Optimus Prime is out. Someone has it in hand. It's as doofy and weird looking as I expected it to be. It's Optimus Prime trying to be a Brave series character. Now that it's in hand, we know the type of lights and sounds that it has. The lion head lighting up in different colors is a little bit odd, but it's interesting at least. It's been a long time since we had like a big electronic figure that seemed like this robust, as it were. Wait for it. So as you can see, it's about as big as an old Leader Class toy. That's the Revenge of the Fallen mold you see beside you. There's the comparison to the current Leader Class toy. This might be a third party. This might be a like a Wei Zhang upscale. Now that I look at it, let's compare it to like official release. That's how big it is compared to a standard Leader. It's a pretty big, hefty Optimus Prime. It does look like it's got decent articulation too, at least for its size. There's definitely a downside to it though. Here's more comparison shots for you.
Done.
So when we get to
These letterboxes are just kind of.
So yeah, the vehicle mode on this thing is unfortunate. It's
by
just
color.
a big box with lots of detail left unpainted. You can see like the Smash Changer Optimus there on the right. Even that looks far more decorated and far better looking than this big gimmicky toy on the left. So that's a little bit disappointing. It looks like a garbage truck. It doesn't look like Optimus Prime. It looks like something I would 3D print. And then like the backside is completely hollow. So that's another downside. Yeah,
Right,
it's
last
just
box.
meant for the
And then we're
big
gonna put it all
gimmicky
together.
electronic stuff. I guess for a kid, the kid's probably not going to care, but yeah, it's like seeing the vehicle mode is like a real turn off on this thing. Oh well though. Still, if you want lights and sound figure, like you could do worse. It looks like it's gonna be decent enough when it does that. Moving on to more interesting ones for me, we have in-hand shots of the new Gamer Edition Barricade. He's looking super nice, and what surprised me is the size of him. So, you know, that's an old size Megatron Deluxe on the right there. Barricade, actually, about the same. In fact, if you account for how much bulkier he is in some spots, yeah, they actually look pretty comparable. Which is actually really surprising. There he is next to the old Deluxe Bumblebee, and they look like they could have come out at the same time. That's actually pretty cool. He looks way beefier than the Optimus Prime from Fall of Cybertron. That's so weird. I mean, I'm not complaining at all. Like, you know, that's a really nice, solid-sized figure for these days. And the vehicle mode still looks really, really sick. It looks like if Batman Beyond had a Batmobile. Love that. So, this thing is looking really, really nice. My one issue with him was how the feet were going to be, because it didn't look like he had heel spurs. It just looks like he has big flippers for feet. Do I have a good shot of that? I just have like lots of really cool shots of the toy. Obviously, it's standing up fine. There you go. There you go. So yeah, he's got these big paddle feet that don't seem to have much heel spur to them, which is a little concerning for the backpack. But obviously, the old pose is fine. So maybe it's not a big issue or worry. So yeah, he's looking really, really good. Really, really good. I'm eager to get my hands on this one. Likewise, we have more in-hand shots for DevCon, probably the last time we're going to see him on News Roundup before he's out. And again, I cannot believe this is a retool of Blur. It's done so well, and it's so extensive. Everything they reworked in order to make this, like, basically a brand new toy with just, like, a few parts borrowed. Nice comparison shot here. That's a nice change. You can see they have changed and modernized the details a little bit. They've added some detail and some greeble to him, but he works pretty well. Like a lot of the more familiar features on DevCon are present. I think the helmet might have been a little bit more accurate, but I'll take it for what it is. He still looks really, really good, and still really impressive. And the Blur figure, the 86 Blur, is actually a really nicely engineered toy. It's fun to mess with. So I'm not going to argue a chance to get a figure that feels like that again. So yeah, DevCon's still one that I am personally looking forward to. Likewise, we've got the in-hand shots now for the Gamer Edition War for Cybertron Optimus Prime. Another one I am really looking forward to. Mine should actually be here tomorrow because this thing came out crazy fast. I think it also just got sighted today too. So this has been like almost rushed out the door, it feels like. Very bulky, very sizable in all of his modes. From what I've heard of in-hand shots, he is surprisingly large. Also, by the way, why do you name your water company Liquid Death? That's... no. So, yeah, he's lacking a little bit in height, but man, look at the bulk on him. Look at the mass. Look at how wide he is. He's a wide boy. He is super wide. Man, I am really looking forward to getting this thing in hand. I've seen some people complain that the fists are exposed in the back. It's a Cybertronian alt mode. What do you want? Like, okay, maybe a couple panels there could cover it up. I don't find it necessary. I don't really think it's that much of a deterrent. It certainly looks better than the Beast Mode Optimus Prime did. But yeah, like, I'm really looking forward to getting this one in hand. I love the comparison shots, too, like, from the original toy. You can see just how much more effort they put into, like, getting everything where it goes and like the design work to make sure like everything looked as good as possible. Like they've done a lot here. So that, yeah, I'm super excited for this one. I think this one's going to be really nice. All right.
There's another one.
I think last week we mentioned that there was a campaign in Japan for a free Battle Master if you bought enough modern Transformers for Rise of the Beast. And now we have it in hand. This is the Burning Plasma Blaster. If you want a very unique item out of Japan, this one is now in the wild. Translucent body is a little concerning because of the hinge in the middle, but, you know, if you want this just bright red gun figure, it is available. Available. It exists. Getting it might be a little bit of an annoyance, but if you really like your Battle Masters, or if you collect Battle Masters, you got a fresh one to go after.
Okay.
Moving on. Legacy Evolution, Axel Grease got behind the scenes. We get to hear just a little bit about what went into it, and who went into the development. Obviously, it is a retool, so not as much of engineering went into this one, but still works. It is pointed out that she is using the inverted colors of the Junkions they use for Shattered Glass. I believe Shattered Glass actually used the Insecticon color schemes, not a mirror, not a reverse color. Mark also mentions that they checked when they thought to make it a female Junkion. They checked the archives and realized Nancy was the only named girl in the lore. Wrong. In the G1 lore, yes, but in the expanded lore, we have Ramage from IDW. So, yes, and it's weird for Mark to forget that because the previous one, Crash Bar, the motorcycle, was actually at one time planned to be Ramage. The engineering did not accommodate for her natural transformation, though, so they scrapped that plan. So, a little bit of a, meh. But, you know, I don't think I think this is worth it just to get a little bit of buzz, and more importantly, just get really nice action photos of the new toys, because there's some really interesting poses going on here, and things you can actually do with the toy. There's your big, like, scrap part
It's real hard to get
Junkion.
these details.
Yep. Super cool vehicle. Like, this is where I think this is, like, really nice. The behind-the-scenes info is rarely any good info. It's really just hype and fluff. But the in-hand stuff that they get to do, yeah, I really like. It's like restoring her to like her original sculpt. I think that's kind of a fun idea. So yeah, there's a lot going on here. So yeah, check it out. One more to look forward to. If you want model kits, however, Trumpeter showed off color prototypes for some of their upcoming stuff. It's all Bumblebee movie based, as a lot of their products have been. But they showed off their Optimus Prime. They've also shown off their Starscream and their Seekers, which is going to be Thrust and Skywarp. And you can see they actually did designate some differences between the two, the direction of the wings, and that extra spire behind the head instead of the typical the typical, I don't even know what you call those, like intakes, the jet intakes beside the head. They've done a lot. Well, I guess they're there. Okay. I need to slow down. Point being, there's 3 Seekers coming out in these model kits, and the Trumpeter kits are actually pretty small and inexpensive, so if you just want, like, a horde of Seekers, that shouldn't be too hard, except for the fact you have to put them all together yourself. So, more model kits, and not expensive ones. We'll talk about an expensive one here in a bit. We also got a description of a toy. So, there's 2 big Optimus Primals coming out that we are anticipating. One is the Ultimate Optimus Primal. That is not this one. This is the animatronic changer. From what we've heard, it is a very bulky toy, and that is mostly for like making a super tough-looking gorilla mode. But the transformation is very straightforward. As an animatronic toy goes, the ape stands up, the gorilla head flips back, and that's pretty much your lot, which is going to be really disappointing if that's as much transformation as it does. I feel like because we have the extremely fancy electronic Optimus Prime, animatronic Prime, I think that's going to give people false expectations of what this one is going to be, and I feel like it's going to be way simpler. More interesting on this one were the accessory counts, because not only does it come with Primal's 2 swords, It also has missile launchers besides the head, just like the original Optimus Primal, which is not a feature we have seen on any of the movie-style Primals yet. On top of that, it looks like it actually has 2 functional firing missiles, which is something we have not had in a Transformer in a long, long time. So this one might turn out to be interesting. Just basically depends on just how animatronic this thing can get, and if what it can do in robot mode makes up for what sounds like a very limited transformation process. Moving on, let's look at some posters really quick. So we've got a brand new poster. This is in for the French dub, where Mr. V, a performer in France, is going to be the voice of Mirage. But it's a nice close-up look at Mirage's head. I didn't realize his head was so asymmetrical on top. That's a little bit weird for me. But Mirage still not looking too bad for a movie figure. And then we had this poster that this one is fun to work with, not only because it looks like they're opposed to each other, but also like this is literally the truck or monkey poster. This is the 30-year-old meme printed. Oh my! Okay, this is cool. This is cool. I can imagine people getting this just for the irony. I can imagine people getting this just to be funny about it. So more posters. No people. Some like your posters. Let's continue on with the movie because there's a lot of little things about the movie coming out that we can discuss here. So Lorenzo de Bonaventura has gone on and he's doing his media rounds to hype up the movie, and he's answering a lot of extra questions. A lot of times the animated Transformers movie has come up, and a lot of it is fluff we already know. But one thing mentioned is that ILM, Industrial Light and Magic, is going to be doing the animation. So they did the animation, the CG work for the first 5 Transformers movies, and then Bumblebee. It is notable that Rise of the Beast is done by a different company, and it seems like that was in order to make sure that ILM could focus on doing the animated movie. So if that's the case, cool. Like, that's an incredible studio. Like, the idea that ILM, that does, like, some of this top-notch, state-of-the-art, like, CG work in movies, is going to be doing a whole animated film, like the way that like DreamWorks or Illumination would do, where it's like literally the entire world animated. That's actually interesting. I'm really curious to see how that's going to work. They are mentioning how expensive it is because they have to basically animate all of Cybertron, but hey, it might actually be worth it. And apparently, from what we've heard, like this is going to be obviously it's going to be an origin story for Optimus and Megatron. I'm really curious what origin they go with at this point, because the movies have splintered in so many directions, it's hard to keep a continuity together. Are they still brothers? No, I mean, was Megatron a minor? Was Optimus Prime a bean counter? What, like, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what the movies have to say about the origin of Transformers, because I doubt they're going to go with something that is familiar to fans. I think they're just going to kind of make up their own idea of how it works. Alright, so there's more. Lorenzo's been around a long time. He's been going off on a lot of this lately. So, the movie will focus on the story of a young Optimus and young Megatron, how they evolve into the characters we know today. The entire movie set on Cybertron. Origin of Transformers will be explored. That'll be fun to find out what their origin is. It's just like, Allspark crashed on rock, everything became metallic, Transformers came up. I hope it's a little bit more interesting than that. It's not a coming-of-age story, and they want to focus on making this first one really successful. If they're going to put this much animation in, I'm sure they want to get more uses out of it, so I don't think we're going to go from, like, young Optimus and Megatron all the way to where, like, the 07 movie begins. I think we're going to have, like, this is how the war starts, and that's going to, and, like, how Orion Pax becomes, and, Optimus Prime. That's what I'm kind of expecting here. Beyond that, who knows? We'll find out, apparently, in just a little over a year. It is set for July 19th, 2024. So, fingers crossed that it turns out to be good, because, yeah, I'm actually really curious how it's going to turn out.
It's not that important.
see. Moving on. Let's just be really quick here. Let's see. If you're at CinemaCon 2023, you've got a special night event that will be happening for Rise of the Beast, but we have no idea what's going to happen. There's just going to be an event. Once again, in the weird marketing of this movie. However, for something a little bit more concrete, we tune in on April 27th, where we're going to see a brand new Rise of the Beast trailer. So that's just in a few days. So I will be giving my reports and thoughts about that trailer in depth once it drops. Stay tuned for that. That's Thursday. That sounds like a good Thursday. Let's do it Thursday. Let's do it on Thursday, shall we? All right. This is something I normally wouldn't cover because this is just kind of weird social media guff. However, over on Twitter over on Instagram rather, there's actually stickers. Like little digital stickers you can apply over to like other things and other images. But it's the cast of Rise of the Beast, like charging the camera and transforming, which is interesting only because this is the first time that we have seen Cheetor from the front, and it's the first time that we've seen Rhinox in robot mode at all. And it's all in these super tiny, can't make out a single thing Instagram stickers. Marketing. Tell me what I'm going to go pay to see. Marketing. Oh well, at least we know Rhinox has a transformation sequence, right? Like, I'm so worried that he's just not going to transform the whole movie at this point. Alright, let's get off of Transformers, the movie stuff. Let's go into stuff that is a little bit more weird and out there for the week. So, for starters, we got our first, we got our first real update for Deathsaurus. The first draft of his box art is done. It is once again done by Guido Guidi, one of my favorite Transformer artists. Looking absolutely fantastic. Remember, this is just a really rough sketch. This is just like laying out the groundwork and the base colors. The final version is going to be way cleaned up compared to this. But I do kind of like it's weird to see Deathsaurus without his big chest armor. But in order to show off, show off the Breastmasters, that actually makes sense. So yeah, this is super cool. I'm really looking forward to seeing this all cleaned up and exactly how it's gonna look. All right. Now we talked about this before, but the Agora model Optimus Prime, that super huge, super expensive one. You are now able to order the first set for this kit. So this is one of those buy it by the month model kit sets where you pay a fee, you get one box, and then for the next 11 months you pay to get each additional box, and by the end of it you have one fully formed, fully sized Optimus Prime model. The model kit itself is 3 feet tall, I believe, over 24 pounds.
Jesus.
It's a lot of die cast, it's a lot of electronics with mouth moving, eyes lighting up, matrix chamber lights up, mouth plate moves, Peter Cullen sounds, axe lights up, lots of stuff on this thing. It's incredibly impressive. It's incredibly expensive. It's $75 for the first box, $150 for each box after. You're going to be in this for, I want to say over $1,500, if that was what my math said. Yeah. Even basic math in my head. Yeah, it's $1,800.
Jesus Christ.
You're going to spend to get this in over a year. At one time, I thought to myself, if I knew, what, I don't really have a car payment or any, big monthly expense outside of rent that I should be paying off. I could almost absorb this. I almost feel like I could go for this. I genuinely don't know what my income's going to be like here in the next 6 months to a year, how free that income's going to be. If I knew for sure, yes. But at the moment, it's a little bit dicey. So I'm probably not going to take the plunge on this, which is unfortunate, because this is fantastic. Now, apparently at the end of the campaign, you can just buy all of it at once, which is going to be more expensive to do. But, it's more appealing to just like lose $150 a month for a year rather than drop $1,800 all in one chunk just for one big fancy Optimus Prime. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe my Patreon will skyrocket and we'll just like we'll burn the extra money on this so we can have like a monthly build the new piece and watch it come together a bit at a time. But no, it's out there. At least part of it is out there. For those who really need the most fancy Optimus Prime you can possibly get. Now, we're going to end off on something really weird and really huge, and that is the fact that Transformers now has a themed restaurant in Hong Kong, which is kind of amazing that this franchise has come that far. Transformers The Ark is now open. You can see the outside is, based on Teletran 1, obviously, with a big screen, but also, yeah, like, they literally just buried the Ark in it. That's super cool. Inside, a lot of it is just bright orange panels, lots of Transformers merchandise, statues for photos, etc. Transformers-themed food with little Ark French fry boxes and Autobot symbol-shaped hamburger patties. This is hilarious to me. This is fun. This is fun. There's some 3D elements too, so where you can see Transformers kind of working in the background on apparently on your order. Apparently the Autobots are just like servers at the restaurant now. But yeah, you can see a lot of it is all like inside G1 Arc panels. Lots of orange, lots of metal like. It's really interesting.
Okay, that way. Okay.
Yeah, the kind of thing I would love to actually experience, but I can't fly to Hong Kong for something like this. The merch shop looks incredible. They've got huge bear bricks in the back. Super cool. Like, man, they got everything. They've got that alligator mega. Oh, okay. Now I'm mad. They've got that classic Hero Team alligator Megatron that I can't find anywhere. eBay wants $40 for it. No. But no, this is super, super cool. Like, I would love to experience something like this, but man, this is just so far beyond my range. If I can't afford that big Optimus Prime model, I can't afford to go to Hong Kong just to experience this. But it's super cool for the people who can, which are probably mostly people in Hong Kong, frankly. But that's your news roundup for the week. It's been a lot of news, as usual, lately, so thank you for sticking through a longer video. Hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you're caught up on all of the Transformer happenings for the week. Thank you very much. I will see you next time. Guys, I am facing the most powerful enemy any YouTuber can face, the algorithm, and I need your help to defeat him. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and leave a comment. Every time you do, we attack that algorithm and we drive it back until it can no longer defeat this channel. Thank you very much.
This way, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what that should be. Okay. Make sure I do this the right way around. I'll put down the shoulder here, that, no, the other one. This. Okay, and then that's the other shoulder. supposed to go here. Oh, this is the head, right? Okay, okay. Making the whales. Okay, it's coming together there. And then this goes. Oh, along the side here. Okay, okay. All right. That one there, that one there. Put the legs together. Okay, the legs, same thing. Okay. Attaches along here. No, that's upside down. Oh, it's because I had the whole thing upside down. No wonder. Okay, there and there. All right. All right, so there is Cube Whale. Some spare parts. I don't know home yet. I think this was a store on the. Yeah, okay. Folds out to become the whale. This slots in. Not sure where that one piece goes. Might be for the combination. I'll figure it out. Okay, so you touched the wrong side there. Not much it matters. My phone go. Here is Cube Whale in cube mode. So much surface detail. Very ornate. Oh, there's a lot of content there to show you what cube animals attached. That's clever. Kirin, Komori, Kumo, Mogura. That's clever. The local theme is very strong on this one. Okay, there is Cube Whale. I had to transform him. Basically split the legs apart, but this out. Stand him up like this. Split the legs. He does have ankle rockers. Unfold the arms. Fold up the head. And this becomes a cannon. Touch it onto his arm like that. let's combine these back. So there it is next to Duo King. So of course he'll tower over the rest as well. Wild. Condor Wild 7 and 8. And even I'm gonna transfer it back, aren't I? It was not exactly a height difference, so. How'd this go? Oh, it's actually in the middle there. Right. Irrelevant. Pull up the alligator head. Then cube 8 goes there. Is that the right spot for it? I guess it, yeah, it has to be. Alright, and for our faces so you can see everything. He is taller than all the others. Make sure I'm in frame still. Turn that off. So, here he is compared to the others. He is much taller, head and a half. He's about, I don't know, third taller than the rest. Large, in charge. One final party trick is to combine them all together. At first, we're going to have to send everybody back to cube form. Good job, good job. Get our way back into cube mode, including King, or including Condor, just because. I do not have the time nor desire to transform these all back to their animal modes, so sorry, deal with it. As usual, I might take some photos and actually post them eventually. Remains to be seen. Losing my phone. It's right there. Alright. Wild Tosai Dodeka King. Remove the outer these. So officially what's supposed to happen is this goes there, and this one goes there. Actually on the other side. And then they would impale 1, 2, 3, and 4, but they don't have the holes in the middle, so that's what we got these combination parts for. One. 2. 'That's backwards, yeah. 3. 4 to sit on top normally. It's already compatible. 2 and 3 should be compatible. They're not. There's my extra stability. I don't know. I guess it lines them up better. So that. Oof. Okay. 5. Another. Tells you on the back who goes where. 5, 6. Seven, 8. Boom. And boom. This is where this joint comes out. Alright, so normally that would swing down. Right. So the deluxe version, that's supposed to swing down. But here they've added an extra joint. To what end, though? Alright, it tells you here, Komori and Komori. That is inelegant at best. I will not be using this formation much. Then Kuma. Alright, and the pièce de résistance. You fold down this back panel and just slide number 9 on in. Slide rhino on in. Is it attached to anything? Not that I can see. Just kind of sits there. Oh, that's what this. Oh, that's what this attachment point's for. Okay. Right, this stabilizes it and it gives an attachment. Okay, okay. Then the head folds out of the arm. There it is. The crown comes off of the gun. This rests on the shoulder. This crowns the robot. And there we have Wild Tosai Dodeka King. It's big. Can't do shit. Oh, no, okay, that's a lie. The arms can do. Great job. It is so precarious. It's got elbows, shoulders, elbows and shoulders. Yeah, head can look a little bit. That's about it. You could technically rotate this. I can reattach that. No leg articulation. Just arms. It's deluxe level articulation, so it's not great here. It's very kind of back heavy too. It wants to fall over. Yeah, I will not be using this combination ever, I don't think. Oh, did I put the... I put that in the wrong socket. Let me face the camera with him. Wild Tosai Dodeka King. Technically 14-piece combination. Yeah, I mean, I knew this wasn't going to be all that to write home about. What would it look like if I swapped out Gorilla with Condor? Not that it would make much difference, I don't think, but just for the sake of argument, let's do that. Here's the purple leg. Number 0 there instead of number 6. That's it. Yeah, a bit of an anticlimactic build, I'm not going to lie. But, I don't know. I'll clean up the paint job. It'll look good, you know, as Cube Whale, or as Dodekaio, I guess, rather. And that'll be how he stays. And it's proof that the bigger is not always better. I do believe this is technically, I think it's the size of Minipla Grand Liner, maybe bigger. I'll compare eventually. Yeah, it's a thing. Ooh, that is so stable. They really needed to get to there. I'm going to carry you upstairs like this, and then I'm going to take you apart. Alright, so that's been my stream. Thank you all very much for coming out. Put this... That concludes, unless I decide to get Cube Octopus, which is unlikely, that will conclude my Zuohger Minipla set, Minipla construction. Not sure what next week is. I do have a IDW Megatron kit I need to build from Flame Toys, so I'll probably do that, but I might get Itchy for more Minipla and build some of the Loop Hat stuff instead, so who knows. We shall see. Until such time as I do stream again, I hope you all have a great night. Put this there. I hope you all have a great night. Thank you for coming out.